labor movement and defending workers' rights. It's been on for many years. And that's why the Nigerian government every year declares the 1st of May as a public holiday to mark the occasion. Now, May Day, also known as Workers' Day or Labor Day, is celebrated on this day. But what makes this year's own unique is it has a theme to that effect, which is reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship. We'll look into history and significance of this day. As usual, our guests will be joining us to discuss the issue. But before we go into that deliberation, let me introduce our guest in the studio at the moment. Is Adakole Ijogi. He's a political economist. Also, he will be talking more about the significance of this day, the fate of the Nigerian worker, and how things can get better for effective service delivery. Adakole, you're welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. I've been introduced to you earlier. I'm also a worker with the federal government, but for avoidance of doubt, I'm Ayodeji Makinde. To set the template rolling, let's take a look at the plight of Nigerian workers put together by our correspondent, Aya Prezi. Well, while we're waiting for that report, because it's all about the plight, I'm sure it's a report that will really interest you and expose so many things and set the foundation for our discussion. But before then, let's go for a break and we will be back in the studio.
Across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, the land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we swear in colors, with undoubted demand, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency and
This is a special broadcast for this special day, Workers' Day. And now earlier, before we went on the break, I was actually trying to introduce a report on the plight of the Nigerian workers, which is being put together by Aya Prezi, our correspondent out there. So let's take a look at this report and this sets the ball rolling.
The Nigerian worker, ranging from the teacher in the classroom to the accountant in the banking hall, to the engineer in the construction site, as well as the factory worker, among others, are those responsible for the creation of the wealth of the nation.
However, how this vital component of the society is treated in terms of remuneration, condition of service, work environment, and the general welfare is an issue of great concern.
Price of things has skyrocketed. Find out that when you collect the salary will not reach anywhere.
Civil servants, the masses are indeed suffering. Government has to come in and make policies that will help the people.
Chairman Bayelsa State Civil Liberties Organization, Mr. David West, picks holes in the annual ritual of Workers' Day, celebrated May 1st. Workers converge, march, and make demands for better deals from government and other employers of labor, while government agents, in their characteristic manner, always deliver their well-prepared speeches that are hardly translated to meeting the needs of workers in reality.
How many Nigerian workers are having houses to live as a government worker? Give to the workers what they need.
We are working hard, tooth and nail, to see that the economy thrives, but we are still at the receiving ends. We are at the mercy of the political elites.
Meanwhile, a small-scale interlock molding factory operator, Engineer Tony Kilowe, is concerned about the plight of an average worker and committed to the welfare of his employees.
Some of my workers, like 2-3 persons, I provide accommodation for them. Somebody just came from Port Harcourt. I call him to come to Bayelsa to work. I provide accommodation. I provide transport for him.
As May 1st beckons, the inquisitive minds are bothered and therefore asking, is it going to take the form of another annual ritual of march past, long speeches with catalogue of demands from labor leaders on one hand, and long speeches of assurances and promises with that end from government officials on the other hand? Enyenegoa, Aya, Brazil, Engineer.
Well, that report by Aya Praises sets the tone for discussion in the studio. Adakola Ijogi is here with me in the studio to really set the ball rolling. Adakola, so many issues raised there in that report by Aya. The respondents also spoke on so many things, but let's set the ball rolling. 2025 Workers' Day. Do you think the welfare of Nigerian workers are actually getting better?
Well, thank you for having me. Let me start by commiserating Nigerian workers and workers all around the world for this day. I think that we scarcely appreciate the contributions of workers. And I would like to draw your attention here that when I say workers, I'm talking about people from the public sector or the private sector, all workers, from even farmers in the villages who contribute to the development, to the workforce contributing to the GDP of this country. Now, when you're talking about the plight of workers, you know, you have to speak about an array of things. And I have always argued that we tend to run a system where we begin to imagine that a single government can solve the whole problems of workers. I don't think so, honestly. No government can solve all problems. The Nigerian worker, yes, is going through challenges, especially now, gripping with the economic hardship, with the galloping inflation, with the rise in petrol fuel prices, cost of living, house rent, school fees. There's a lot of variables and indices that the Nigerian worker is grappling with at the moment. But for me, I think that what needs to be done, when I look at labor leaders, I have always argued, organized labor has so dominated the space. In fact, I almost got into trouble the last time I had this conversation on Labor Day. I don't think that, you see, organized labor has so dominated the space that the real Nigerian worker's voice is not being heard. So when I heard the topic, I was excited because I didn't even know that this year's one had the general theme, the civic space. The civic space is so important in every democracy, because that civil space allows individuals and citizens to contribute their voice towards policy formulation, towards their ideas, allow them to associate and all of that. So it is good because nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. And the Nigerian worker is essential, is key, is pertinent to his contributions are pertinent to the development, to the good governance that we all strive to. So the plight of the Nigerian worker vis-a-vis his ability to express himself in the civic space is essential to good governance and to delivery of public good. But when you bring it down to the Nigerian arrangement locally, I honestly think that private sector, private workers' voices needs to be heard. If you put together the total number of public servants, or public workers, whether it is military or civil, if you put them together, total, all of them, they're less than 3.5 million in Nigeria. More Nigeria, as at the last time I checked in 2023, has a workforce of about active workforce, people willing and able to work and actually have work to do, about 70-something million. Then you have about 120 million Nigerians who are willing and able to work. Well, now whether they have work is another thing. So out of that, say put it at 70 million, you only have about 3.5, say tops, say 5 million. Let's just be generous. Say 5 million, that is you're adding local government workers, across the 700 state government workers, federal workers, military, police, paramilitary, and all of that. They have so dominated the space that the private worker, you keep hearing things about pension, you keep hearing things about gratuity, you keep hearing things. Meanwhile, how about that farmer in the village that farms cassava? Who speaks for that person? He farms cassava. He farms cassava, then he takes his produce to the market to sell. That's where government comes in. So when we're talking about the plight of workers, I think we should be fair and honest to cover all the Nigerian workers. I wish the Nigerian Labor Union, organized labor, will speak for that worker, because when you look at the level of exploitation of that farmer who only takes his produce to the market on market days in somewhere in Ebukwonyo, in Ado local government in Benue State, you will see that. How do we protect that man so that his crop, he has value for his produce? He doesn't need to earn a salary just like the way Ayodeji Makinde does, who earns a salary at the end of the month. He doesn't earn a salary anymore. His salary comes from the produce that he sells, or his source of living comes from the produce that he sells. Now, how does Joe Ajero or the organized labor protect that kind of worker? That's where government policy comes in. And like I said in my opening statements, that I don't know where we created this idea that all problems can go away one day. It's human, it's life. You must always have challenges. There'll always be problems, because it's a shape-shifting environment that we find ourselves in. Today something is happening, and especially like we're living in a global world, that a war in Ukraine, somebody drops a bomb in Ukraine, it affects oil prices, that affects Nigeria. Donald Trump wakes up one morning and increases tariff on American products, or withdraws funding from non-governmental NGOs, and the Nigerian economy is shaking. So we live in a globally plugged-in world that you keep having problems, and because it's a social construct, you keep having different kinds of problems and challenges. So I think that my message, or my assessment of the plight of the Nigerian worker is first to let you know that all your problems will not go away one day. Yeah. Yes, there's economic hardship. If we have time, I'll delve into that. Sure. I have some.
Well, quite enough time.
Okay. I have some ideas, and because most times than often, I think that we are focusing on the symptoms of the issue when it comes to economic hardship in Nigeria, instead of solving the problem. Yeah. I listen to Labour. I've listened to Labour's position. They've moved the minimum wage from 30,000 to 70,000. I've listened to them talk about gratuity. I've listened to them talk about pensions. I've listened to them talk about all sorts of things. But you see, that's all those variables that they are mentioning, they are on the supply side. And I think that on that. Now, see this. You can raise minimum wage. You can raise minimum wage to if you don't fix the value of currency, you be very radicals. That's your just from my side. Don't wait. Now, they want to be rich because they are not fixing the fundamentals of economy. And you fix the fundamentals of economy, you have a problem. When you look at the value of merit. Now, in this way, what we kindly ask government to do is fix the formula of the economy and the value of the currency. Now, if supposing it excludes 8,000 period, with the value of the currency, and also go to the $8 billion of 2,000 and 70,000, you have more of a there are so shifted. So we have challenges. I think that the assessment of solidarity in Nigeria in the last 20 years, I think that only for the process and when she to prepare actually the thing in school that they do not enemies first on the only policy side of this in Asia. That's what we're interested in. I think about something 1980 my memory says somewhere I think 1918 I think just in the five things, and I think it was President that came around and increased Paris the first quarter is trying to increase so much in and I think 25%. But as an age feel like to be considered on tax and tax form, so if you look and see you got to freedom to it is important for flat. So I have no place for solely and deposit that can welcome. Now the reason I say is that it helps in the value cost, and when you get to society you get the interesting thing that I like stealing now I don't see guys on the because if what is really worth you for the is back. The next phase for the junior community, the next phase for the people senior policy have about fixing the value of because that has been direct on that because I have get you know what the value of the standard of living improves for the Nigerian worker.
That's true.
So I think that the government should stop pursuing the symptoms, trying to increase salaries here. When you increase salary, you have inflationary tendencies. I think that we should fix the value.
I'm trying to so on this level, what is 11 square, where is the center for three of Nigerian workers. This station, looks like
economic challenges. Discussions were centered on that, where they talked about the role of the workers to reclaim their civic rights, have opportunity to be part of governance, have the ability to be more responsible, have the responsibility to speak out and express themselves on issues that.
That's made this work for we can't say lose for systems that we have lost time in the youth that work and let it get up. So we don't really I want to appreciate this and this, and I try from them as you it's not big makers you have. May not give much box on the try to change the lines many not how you critically but in that one part of the say dynamic labor market as in ways of dynamics to improve the taxation finality. So due to the actually points that president and made a declaration that he was gone. Fear was that some kind of so we with these two a week ahead from our communities and sorts and still to a sense of cost thing. And my colleague also has a few things to tell about atmosphere and how workers are celebrating this day of their own 1st of May.
Thank you, Alice. Indeed, is also celebrating Workers' Day from both the public and private sector. Our here wait for the movement to commence. That is, we are now associated with the Workers' Day celebration. And of course, you know, it's first day in Nigeria to celebrate Workers' Day, the first time to come after the let the Workers' Day 1924. That's when the nation and actually the trade unions from the manufacturing unions and and trade unions opposed the labor police and other systems all year for the economic services, especially to reduce the as far as the police from by the days of business. However, the mass assembly was that government is the government was anyone from now because they are expected to start and feed the event to the temperature has a existing business more than 40% from business. So anyone of the celebration points and about the income.
Yes, I'd like to do something for that update from Sanya Batch Steel Day. And I'm going through event centers in the country today, a few of the national working on television. We're actually ready for the usual celebration I'll have. But let me keep up some because it's to let me that it needs to also those have some more how we make current labor market in Nigeria. See, your senior citizens and just some other colleagues that makes you tell you how seamless it is to act as a capacity in pension. Instead, how I wish that the days of the rain not just be like a day not just some local.
Yeah, okay. Last bit of this, we need to actually live almost for that partner finish by so can redeems responsible to only manifest that's the end of our job the things and I know that in values I have my manual and I constantly effort to motivate nation play fair and also assist in that debate respect public service socially or productivity also make it if minimum that's minimum productive that's something possible so it was so I was that the bias of the progress they and let's that the limit it's wrong. It's illegal. The criminal before that sort get right, but we should be listening about. There's only to get people who want to come to you don't have to be brought from that. Yeah, that's we can need attention. That's why in Nigeria we run a country just keep started in 2004. So I did more also 2 years of I mean that thousands that the president went into office. There are pension areas, standard and pass government, we should put people have 50% so but luckily the government should just clean areas and similar billion and around intervention. That's what should be so critical root of corruption. The problem is the fair life work. So everybody wants to have a sort of so if you remember they have some myself I mean I'm working for this and I live in this country and so there's what we don't want probably some final life and when you have the business on the day no in those days you are moving at all process not pay you plan possible so if you plan you know the housing and the that's money and then city I think because I don't know very times there's value support so that is point honestly will be on the money we find struggle for them you also be creative in struggle so we must be at the where we start this if not battle you know we be so very sorry for labor to clean up before it means as I mean say most of the case for this actually can come so it takes some in fact how pass reform you know the big banner you that will not be going to be big going to be for long they have to move where does it we are going to say that we got 5 and naira we got good out so in there you see you that means take the simple yes it's more than we don't work so to advance contacting so it's also government to impress law you to business and you got we find out that people promise and looking for people for this we also able to now partner with me you get something to know that maybe break policy you make sure that you factor the implication for job creation. Am I communicating? For the quality of jobs, not just the quantity of jobs, and therefore, above all, at the heart of it is employment creation. I'm happy the Ministry of Labour, Minister of State for Labour, just
I have to, yes.
Please go ahead.
Let's go to the seat of caliphate. And Dalhatu in Sokoto has the feeling there. Dalhatu, please tell us what our colleagues and senior colleagues are actually experiencing out there in Sokoto at this moment.
Executive Governor of Sokoto State to come and monitor or inspect the procession by different workers in Sokoto State, both public and private. And the NLC leadership is expected, after presenting the address of the chairman of the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, and also presented the needs of workers, specifically in Sokoto State. Here in Sokoto, we know the state government has implemented 100% the 70,000 naira national minimum wage down to the local government staff and even the local government education authority staff. So other needs, the NLC chairman, during his address, is expected to present to the authority, that is the executive governor of Sokoto State, who will speak directly to the workforce in the state and tell them what they are doing for workers, what are the good news for workers in Sokoto State, and also the efforts being made by the government to see that needs of workers are squarely addressed by the Sokoto State government. Now it's time for waiting as people continue to troop, that is workers, from various work organizations to this venue to celebrate the day.
Well, Dalhatu, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed as to what to expect in Sokoto on this day, Workers' Day. Well, lovely cap you have on there, and surely tell you is solidarity forever. Thanks for your time as well.
Thank you very much. Back to Abuja for continuation of discussions in the studios.
All right, and surely the discussion continues here with Adakole. Adakole, before we went to Sokoto, we're talking about the open banking system and particularly in the core of the digital economy. Let's have it.
Yeah, I was trying to say that one of the things that the administration has gotten right is the central bank is an open banking policy where fintech companies can get your data if you permit them to. Now, what that does, it helps because only the government has that national identity number that feeds into all databases. So with this open banking system, Nigerians can now have more fintech companies. We have those successful ones. What's what they call it? The successful ones. Anyways, young Nigerians are doing excellently well. So I think they need to be encouraged. Government needs to make policies that are friendly so that we can and trained its own workers so that we can regulate it instead of calling them terrorists and say you want to ban them. The previous administration banned Twitter for months. I think this is anti people. I think the world is going digital, so we need to prepare for it. So some of these things that we do now, for this work that you have, these sectors, they'll be obsolete in a couple of years. I even think that a university degree will not be necessary in the next 30 years. I honestly think so. Because if you want to do, say, production, for instance, you can just go on YouTube and learn how to produce digitally using your computer or your phone. So why do I have to spend 4 years in a university learning how in theater arts or in mass communication when I can do it in 6 months on YouTube? So we need to start rethinking all of these things so as we go.
Adakole, so many books, they tell you something is the opium of the masses. Now, how do we make the digital economy and the opportunities therein the real opium to the younger population, those below 20, the future, particularly if we consider the very short attention span that they have? Like they say, anything more than 3 minutes that doesn't speak to them can never get their attention. But before I'll let you come into this and bring in your perspective, let's take this because it's in the mood of today's celebration. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has commended Nigerian workers for their productivity, I beg your pardon, diligence, commitment to duty and resilience, even in the face of socio-economic challenges. Akpabio, in a statement, acknowledges the hard work and dedication of Nigerian workers, noting that they have always placed the nation above all considerations. The Senate President says the 10th National Assembly under his leadership will continue to prioritize the welfare, security, safety, and the conditions of service of the workers, noting that labor-friendly legislations will be accorded the deserved attention. Akpabio also promises to ensure that the rights of workers are duly guaranteed and complied with, as no Nigerian worker will be victimized on account of expressing himself or herself either in demanding for their rights or seeking legal redress. Nigerian workers are our pride, and we will not shirk our responsibility working together with the executive to address workers' concern and create opportunities for growth and prosperity, as together we shall build a brighter future for Nigerian workers and our great nation. That's off quote, and that's attributed to the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. Now, Adakole, let's have it. We're trying to talk about how we can really attract the much younger population, take them away from drugs, and let them have this orientation of how crucial and significant that they would be in this emerging digital economy with Nigeria's massive market.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think that it behoves on us parents to begin to teach our children and our wards about delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. We need to teach them about the diligence of hard work. We need to teach them that this idea of you don't hammer or you don't maga.
Quick cash, quick money.
No. There is reward in delayed gratification. There's reward in doing things diligently. While I appreciate the digital space and how fast it is, fast-paced it is, while I appreciate all of that, I also still think that we need some form of education to enhance our level of creativity. The thing is about, like, if you notice, it's about creating content, it's about broadcasting your opinions, about broadcasting your activities, it's about just broadcasting your lifestyle, it's about building content. And the content you are building might be in movie, in music, in food, in agriculture, in beverages, in cars. And then you now have people following you because that digital space, the structure is slightly changing, where the people, the content creators are the products themselves. So I think that we need to now teach them a few things as their parents, how to engage them, to encourage them, so as to allow them that free will to create under some certain level of moral values, certain level of standards. We cannot just ignore them. We should be able to curtail what they watch, at what age, and how they do it, so that we can advise them. So it is not only, so for me, I think it's a mix of two things. It's about policy from the government. Government must make strict policies on how to regulate such industries. And then second, so I think the other structure is family values. That's why I said as parents. So it's government and family values. Yes, okay. Because it is, let me end by saying that values is what progresses a nation. It is not rules, it's not regulation, it's not democracies, it's not, democracy has never progressed any nation. What progresses a nation is values.
Values of the
Human
democracy.
Values
Human
is
values.
what progresses a nation.
Well, interesting conversation with Adakole Ijogi here in the studio, but I've been told reliably that Kingsley Amajiri is in Port Harcourt, and that's the beautiful garden city. Although there is a state of emergency there, but workers are out there to still celebrate, aren't they?
Deji, would like to welcome you to the Liberation Stadium, former Liberation Stadium, now Yakubu Gowon Stadium. Over the years, under successive administration, this very stadium is always the venue for the May Day celebration in Rivers State. But this year's celebration is a different scenario. Workers are not here. Of course, if you look behind me, you see that some group of footballers are using the stadium. It's a reflection of the position of the NLC, of course, here in Rivers State, not to participate in this year's May Day celebration. As we journeyed across the state to this place, we also noticed that this place, the city is calm. Even while we are entering the stadium, some persons who are usually on along there to do their trading, we saw a quite number of them there. But unfortunately, the workers are not here. Although the day before, the administrator had had meetings with the Nigerian Labour Congress, where the labor union leaders in the state also expressed dissatisfaction with some of the issues affecting workers' welfare, which the administrator also told the labor union that steps have also been taken to address issues like workers' welfare. The issue of pensioners who have raised concern that their pensions have not been paid for a couple of months now. And now the issue of also the welfare boards the governor had put in place before the administrator. So the administrator has also reassured the workers that he will put the bosses back on the streets to help ameliorate workers' transportation concern. Another issue that was also raised in that meeting they had with the administrator is the issue of the payment of minimum wage, and those that were employed recently, the administrator gave assurances that their salaries have been approved for payment. But for the May Day celebration, that usual gathering here is not the situation this year, 2025. This is the reality here in Port Harcourt, the River State capital.
Reality out there in River State, but it's still interesting. It's still interesting to know that workers are celebrated despite some obvious limitations in the state there. Kingsley, thank you so much for your time and for letting us know that despite public and civil workers not coming out today on the pitch there's still some people working and training to also earn their living as footballers. Appreciate you for your time.
Very well. Very well.
All right.
Thank you, Deji.
Oh, yes, appreciate. Now, Adakole, let's, it just gets interesting when we talk about this digital ecosystem and the plethora of opportunities that we have in there. Let's narrow it down to the Workers' Day. And if you look at the theme for this year's celebration of reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, I've seen so many pensioners, senior citizens, who've had to go through a lot to access their pensions. And the question that comes to mind is, with this fast-paced digital world that we're living in, and we're bringing a lot of innovation to make the system more transparent and more efficient, what role has the digital economy, the digital innovation got to play in fast-tracking some of the systems that are renowned to be cumbersome and have a lot of bottlenecks and bureaucratic bottlenecks?
Well, thank you for that question. I think that when you look at other advanced economies and see how they have been managing their public service, workers and retirees, the senior citizens, you notice that the one that fascinates me is the United States of America. They actually have a government institution that keeps a database of all the government workers. Now, in Nigeria, I doubt if we have that. They're all in 6 and 7s, all in small patches. You should have a centralized system where every worker, what do you guys call it, a civil service, nominal role?
Nominal role.
Yes, you have it. We know what level you are. We know your entry.
Year of entry.
Year of entry. We know
expected date of exit.
Expected date of exit. We know the certification. We know your promotions. We know everything. Feed it into that database. And since the pension managers are now private sector driven, I think using e-governance, what I'm advocating is a plug-in from that database, which is e-governance structure by the government. Call it any name, call it central public service central database. Yeah. So all it does is it keeps digital records of all the civil servants and public servants in Nigeria. You plug that into the private sector players in the pension. So you are taking care of two things. One, take care of the Nigerian worker. We can identify you. You don't need to hassle. You don't need to go through that. We have your biometrics. We have your certifications. We have everything about you. We have the year of entry, year of exit, everything. So when you are exiting, they should plug in. There should be a back-end plug-in from these pension managers, so that it will be seamless. Instead of you going for verification, they're asking you to bring your grandmother's death certificate or that kind of plethora of issues. I think that it should be digital. Simple. It's a simple process. It's not rocket science. But the reason why they can't plug in, because they don't, the reason why you have to now go for physical verification to these pension managers and all of that is because there's no database from the government, no authentic database from the government. So if you understand what I'm saying, I say they should build a database so that these guys can plug in at the back end. And it's not rocket science. So that's how I think we should solve that.
Adakole, let me also have your thoughts on this particular issue. In labor, in organized labor, public service.
Yeah.
It's the issue of discipline and respect for constituted authority. You spoke about values. Unfortunately, shall I say, I was privileged to go through a system where upbringing discipline was the essence of everyday life. It's always been rude, for you to be the first to offer a handshake to anyone who's older than you. But some of these things that used to be the values years ago are reversed nowadays. And while it was some are so quick to blaming it on technology and exposure in this day and age of globalization, how do we infuse this into the digital labor workforce that we're looking forward to in the future? Because of course, if there are no values, there are no discipline, no matter how brilliant or how intelligent you are, it's still going to be a failed system, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now let's have that.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me draw your experience from, let me draw my currents from the experience that we have in Malaysia. When Lee Kuan Yew took over, one of the things that he did, he purged the public service from its redundancy and brought in the best and brightest. I'm talking about first class, second class, upper people to work in the civil service, in the public service. But before he did that, he raised the minimum wage and the living wages to be even that higher than the private sector. So the public service should attract the best and brightest. If your public service is the one that you use nepotism and use connection to get employment and all that, what you get is the redundancy that you have and loss of value over time. So I think that if we want to get more efficient, more productivity and more contribution to delivery of public good, we must create a civil service that has the structure to learn from the digital economy, the digital space that we are advocating for, that we know that is coming. So, but before we get there, we should ensure that the people that were, it's just like I was telling people about ASU strikes. DG.
Yeah, ASU. Yeah.
I said, when ASU goes on strike, I advocate for ASU. I advocate for lecturers. I even think that, okay, let me even say this on the national platform, that today, as Workers' Day, I think that the federal government should look into the plight of university workers. I also think that to pay a professor who has spent close to 20, 30 years teaching in the classroom just about 500 or 600,000, I don't think it is good enough. Based on current realities, I think that the minimum a professor in a university should earn, the minimum should be, in current realities, should be 2 million naira.
At the least.
At the least. Because they are poorly paid. That's why we have all this brain drain. I mean, you cannot grow a society when your best and brightest are out of the country. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So, like I was saying about ASU, ASU strikes for their salary and their welfare and their condition of service. But the people that they teach, they just get them. They just get them. They have no influence on the quality of minds that come into these universities. So I was saying that I was arguing with one of my friends who is a lecturer. I said ASU should strike for secondary school workers, secondary school teachers, to ensure that they have the necessary equipment, necessary training, necessary curriculum, to ensure that the people that eventually make it into the university are teachable, are people that can adapt, can get that universal education that a university gives to people. But ASU doesn't. But now it is so what I'm saying here is, it is the garbage that you put in that gives you the output. So we should consider the input and ensure that the input into the structure, into the workforce is efficient enough so that we can get maximum output, which is delivery of public good, delivery of efficiency in governance, and whether it is e-governance or the ones that we have today.
Shall we look at the issue of standards, the infusion of technology into organized labor? It's not been as fast-paced as people really want it to be, but it's gradually creeping in with heaps of files and papers to having everything on smart devices. But before really coming to that, I've just been told right now that my colleague Adeola Komi Akere in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, is also bubbling. And come on, Adeola, tell us what we have out there in Lagos today. Well, Eco for sure, they love to call it. Oh, dear me.
Hello, I am.
Okay.
Yes,
We can fully establish contact with her. Surely she's going to give us the show of the Workers' Day in Lagos. What's that I call it? Let's look at the emerging role of technology and innovation in public service, civil service, and organized labor, because it's inevitable in the long run.
Yeah, I think organized labor need to integrate more technology into their activities, especially when it comes to organizing. That's why they call them organized labor. They need to organize themselves so as to engage government. I think that more needs to be done to make it more seamless. I mean, I'm not for 100% transition into the digital space because I'm a little bit suspicious about hackers and people breaking into your system and collecting ransom and stuff like that. I think it should be for efficiency and for speed, the communication process, but for the storage of the data and all that, I think it should be backed up between digital and physical. So, but I think organized labor needs to do more with regards to organizing itself into the digital space and using more modern technologies and using other digital solutions or digital innovation to get maximum output with regards to their mandate in looking at the plight of the Nigerian worker. Also, in the private sector, private individuals, I think they also need to organize themselves with using digital platforms. It will even be better and seamless for them. People, Nigerian workers who are in the private space, who are not in the public sector, it will be easier for them. People who are people like farmers, like carpenters, like builders, like all the other people in the private sector, using the digital platform, I think it will be very easy to organize them. They're construction workers, I think they should get themselves organized using the digital space so that we can actually know how many they are. Government can regulate them. We'll know how much they're being paid by their private sector owners. We'll know whether they are paying personal income tax. It's just get them, like I've always advocated, like when you say the Nigerian economy has about 67% are in the informal sector. What that means is that you have a situation where they're not covered by government regulations and taxes and stuff like that. But you need to move them into the digital space. This administration is talking about building the Nigerian economy into a $1 trillion
US economy, yeah.
Ayodeji, I can tell you that it is possible.
Okay.
It is not a political gimmick. It is possible. Because about 67% of the Nigerian economy is in the informal sector. By just moving just 50% of that, 67% into the formal sector, the GDP will rise. So, to answer your question directly, I think that it is better for the private sector labor arm, not organized labor. I don't know why they call themselves organized labor, but anyway, organized labor.
Yeah.
The private sector, those builders, those market women, those construction workers, farmers, all those guys, people making palm oil, people making pure water, all those guys in the private sector. Get them organized into small pockets of digital platforms, and then you plug it into the central platform. I think they should even create their own union. Private, what do you call it? Nigerian private labor union.
Labor organization.
Exactly.
Let me also put this to you, because the way things are actually ongoing, there are more questions that we have than the answers that are available at the moment. We keep talking about the need to change the narrative and I know for sure civil servants, public servants are supposed to be non-partisan. They're supposed, to have the only job you're allowed to do outside of your civil service responsibilities is farming. And in the presence of economic realities that we have, it is paramount to have multiple streams of income. Now, I'm trying to paint a picture of Adakola Ijogi as a civil service worker. How feasible is it to be a civil service, or to be the civil service or public service, be efficient, be on the top of your game, and see other streams of income? Because that seems to be a challenge for most of those in civil and public service.
Yes, while it's very essential to get multiple streams of income, especially with the current economic realities that we have in Nigeria today, but I also think that brings back to the conversation of livable wage. So we must pay our workers, whether in the public or private sector, livable wages. And with this 70,000 minimum wage, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. It's the minimum wage, it's the benchmark. So if some companies, say somebody earns 150,000 naira, and the person lives in Nyanya, his house rent there is 500,000 naira in a year, a two-bedroom apartment, he has 3 children with a wife. He comes to work, he used to spend, he used to spend 100 naira to get to Eagle Square. Now he spends 1,200 naira. So 1,200 naira times 25, times 20 days, is about 30,000 naira out of his 100. And he hasn't paid house rent, he hasn't paid school fees, he hasn't paid, he hasn't fed his family. So what I'm saying is, it still comes back to my conversation of saying that don't go after the symptoms, look at the real problem, which is the value of the currency. Then why do you want your civil servant not to focus on his job and be looking for multiple streams of income? While it is good to have multiple streams of income, but I would rather have the people who are pushing government policy to concentrate on that job. For instance, because the work you do is very, very important. It's key. When politicians make policy, you people in the civil service are the ones that drive the policy. So it is very, very key. That's why you see, I choose my words carefully when I'm talking about organized labor, because you need them to drive government policy. So we need them to be, that's why I said government has to recruit the best and the brightest amongst us into the public service. The best and the brightest. Because if the person doesn't understand, okay, look at this open banking policy now from the CBN. Who else is going to drive it? And the staff in the CBN. Do you want him now to be thinking of how he's going to create content on TikTok? No, I need him to be thinking on how he's going to assist young Nigerians who are into fintech and all these companies to plug into the system. So we must, as a government and as a people, think about policies that will alleviate. Like I said, I would advise the CBN, we should go past stabilizing the naira into adding value to the naira. Because if I go to the market right now, a kilogram of beef is about 6,500. But if I go to the market and it is 4,000 naira, I have more money. Like I told you in the beginning of our conversation, that the problem is not on the supply side, the problem is on the demand side. Because our currency has been depreciated, the value has been depreciated. We still earn the same, and then we don't the commensurate balance between what we earn and the value of our currency is, So even if you increase the value, even if you increase the salary, because of the devaluation, you will get the impact.
Well, I know you also have some strategic engagements.
Yes, I do.
But I have one last question for you. But before I bring that question to you, my colleague, Ignatius Nkwo, is at the Eagle Square as well. Ignatius is one of the labor correspondents here in the NTA and also with the National Assembly. Ignatius, today is a good day for the Nigerian workers. How ignited are they? Please bring us up to speed.
Hello, thank you, Ayo. Well, yeah, this place, the event is taking off in earnest, while the affiliate unions are all over the place. The Eagle Square is getting filled to the brim, as usual, and then guests are still coming in. Members of the various unions across the country are already here, and then we expect that any moment from now, the federal government delegation, to be led by perhaps the Minister of Labour and Employment will be coming in here, and as soon as it enters here, the event will take off. But at the moment, we have some of the members here that want to speak to us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. My name is Comrade Sikiru Wahid. I'm the General Secretary of Amalgamated Public Operations, Civil Service Technical and Recreational Service Employees, OPTA. Yes.
All right. This is a day of review, a day of appreciation, a day of setting agenda for the Nigerian worker. Now, what does this day for you, particularly, what does this signify?
Thank you very much. It's a great day today that we join the international workers across the world to celebrate the workers and the struggle of the workers. Today is a day that will reflect on the past activities of what has happened over the years and also reflect on what is happening today for us to lay a foundation for what will happen in the future. But particularly, we are happy today that we are alive to celebrate this very great day with Nigerian workers and the world workers across the Federation. Yes, thank you.
All right, but for you, do you think it's just about celebration? Are there certain issues that you think the Nigerian worker needs to improve on?
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, celebration is just that we are happy we are alive, that we are witnessing the day. But generally, I don't think there's any Nigerian worker that is particularly happy with the trends of events that is happening in Nigeria, especially on issues relating to the minimum wage. Because I know for now that for sure the federal government signed an agreement with workers that the 70,000 minimum wage will be paid to Nigerian workers. But as it is, the payment has been done haphazardly. And in fact, there is a very high tax regime in Nigeria today that even if it is paid as it should be, the tax element has clearly eroded the impact of the minimum wage. It's like giving somebody on the right hand and taking it with the left hand. So generally, the minimum wage is just working, and they have not really paid the correct wages that is to be paid to Nigerian workers. So generally, we are not happy with the trend of events as led to minimum wage in Nigeria today. That's the situation.
At least it's a well development.
But
it's a welcome development at least.
Yeah, well, it is. But honestly speaking, we are not happy about it, and you are just calling on the federal government to ensure that they work in line with the percentage of the minimum wage, because there is a minimum wage agreement on the consequential adjustment, which is written in a letter. And so if we have an issue that is written clearly in black and white, I see no reason why they would deviate from that. So that's why we are calling on them to implement the minimum wage to the letter.
Thank you for your time.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Right, now let's meet with the chairman of the organizing committee of this event. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The build up to this event, as we can see, it's not a day's job. How will you describe the whole process?
Well, first and foremost, I remain Comrade Kabiru Adosani Minjibur, the President of Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, equally the Deputy President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, and incidentally, I'm the Chairman of the Organizing Committee. We have not started this job today, though we know that it's a yearly event, but we have started in the last 2 months. And thank God today is the D-Day, and things are going well. So I want to seize this opportunity and thank all the members of the Organizing Committee for having this successful May Day.
All right, then, generally, how many unions do we expect to have here today?
The unions are too many because it's a joint celebration. The celebration is between the NLC and the TUC. At NLC level, we have more than 50 affiliates. And at the TUC level, they also have more than 40 affiliates. So all in all, we will have more than 100 unions and other stakeholders that will join us for the celebration of this day.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Now we have another member here. Please tell us your name and your union.
So my name is Kabir Gamsani, President Ratau.
Okay. Now, are you comfortable with the number of turnout you have here at the Eagle Square at the moment?
Of course, the turnout is a little bit, in mass, because you can see the whole lot is filled off. This is what we needed, because workers are here to, it's their day to celebrate. So of course, they have to be here, and we're all here.
All right, so what's your talk? What's your advice to workers as they mark today?
Well, though we can say workers are not smiling, but we have to smile because if you look at that's why today this year's team we are trying to reclaim our civic space because of this kind of hardship we are in. Workers obviously need to celebrate this day, but they should show up their grievances and their anger. Because like I said, what we are doing today, what I want is today, we are expecting the government to come up with a tangible obligation that it has to be fulfilled by the government. That's our expectation today. Because you can now see, even salaries, 70,000, as agreed, it's not something that somebody can talk about it. Because it cannot take you from day one to 30th of every month. So this is a challenge. So we need the intervention of the government as urgently as possible.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, Ayo, from the look of things, this event will be starting any moment from now. As we can see that the government officials are beginning to come in. So this has so far, we now got it. It's now back to you to continue with the discussion there at the studio.
Thank you so much, Ignatius, there for engaging different people there to have different perspectives, but they seem to be singing in one particular chord. It's all about the wage award. But as we round off a conversation in the studio now with Adakole, Adakole, it's the 2025 International Workers' Day, and we're trying to take charge of this civic space in the midst of economic realities. Please, how? All right, just another information just came in to me right now. The president of the TUC is there at the Eagle Square. Please, let's have his audio.
We continuously push for issues that are affecting Nigerian workers, both those at the private sector and also those at the public sector. You know, when we talk about the issue of minimum wage, really it affects majorly those in the public sector majorly, because for those in the private sector, we have what we call the collective bargaining agreement, and we go like in Pengassan, for example, in the last 1 year, we signed over 50 collective bargaining agreements. In FOPTOP, they've signed several collective bargaining agreements. In CAMSA, the same thing. But the one that you press and most Nigerians are looking forward to is the one in the public sector. So as we advocate for workers in the public sector, we also push for workers in the private sector as well. In TUC, for example, 80% of our affiliates are actually in the private sector. That means there are lots of work to be done, and each of the affiliate presidents are doing this work on a daily basis. So it's not been rosy, it's been excruciating, it's been difficult, but as we say, a luta continua.
On a final note, looking ahead, what does the future hold for the Nigerian worker?
Yes, as human, we must be hopeful. So if we stand today and cast doubt at the future, then it means that we are telling the people not to have hope. And a state of hopelessness is not what any man desires. All I will say is that Nigerian workers should be hopeful for better days ahead. We will continuously struggle, we will continuously push across all the affiliates that makes up both Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. We will continuously advocate for a better working condition. We will continuously advocate for a better welfare and for all the best things that could be attracted to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the president of TUC speaking on the expectation from most workers there are the Eagle Square, and those who are in different parts of the country. Well, momentum is gathering there at the Eagle Square, and surely we'll be having live feeds from there for the 2025 Workers' Day. But let's round off our conversation with Adakole in the studio now. Adakole, we've heard so many people talk right now, so many expert views and opinions. But moving forward, what can governments do to make life easier for the public and civil service, apart from the usual money, money, and money?
Well, thank you for that. My thoughts on that is simple. I think that any government that cares about the life of the Nigerian people should do the following with regards to current economic realities. I don't think that you should throw money at every problem. No. Government can do other things. One, there's the economic mix that government needs to put in place, and it should start with the price of petrol. The price of petrol. The reason I say this, I have always argued that the price of petrol is a moral question, which is, what is it a social commodity? Petrol. Under the background that what has the oil wealth in Nigeria, since we struck oil wealth in Oloibri and Afam in 1957, what has it benefited Nigerians? Especially when you are traveling from Abuja to Lokoja, you get to a part of the road, you see Sukuk funded. You see borrowing from IMF. So what are they using the oil wells for? When you and I know that the crude oil, the petroleum contributes just about 12% of Nigeria's GDP. So I say it's a social question. Secondly, that is the price of fuel. I think, in all honesty, I said it in this studio, you must pay subsidy because that commodity is denominated in dollars. So when you do the exchange rate, you must see that variance. So you must pay subsidy. Let politicians stop telling us what is not. You must pay subsidy. Whether Dangote produces it here locally, the crude, that the feedstock that he's gotten is produced in dollars. It's a social, it's a international commodity. So when you do the naira terms, the downstream terms, comes to the petrol, you have to pay the variance. So government will answer that question. What are they willing to do with the price of petrol? Secondly, I think that government needs to put certain safety nets in place. Those safety nets, I'm not talking about conditional cash transfers and things like that. No, I'm talking about macroeconomic policy and fiscal policy stability. Let us be able to plan. Let me know that this is how much this price, this commodity is. Not that I wake up tomorrow morning, this thing, a pack of, what do you call it, Indomie is 18,000. I wake up the next morning, is 22,000. So I think that we need that stability, that social safety net with macroeconomic policy and fiscal policies to align with each other. And then lastly, like I've always advocated, government should pay critical attention to the value of the naira. Because if you don't pay critical attention to the value of the currency, the naira, you are chasing symptoms and not fixing the problem. So for the Nigerian worker to get his livable wage, we must fix the value of the currency so that the Nigerian worker can live well.
Well, I cannot thank you enough, Dakola Ijogi, for your precious time that you've spent with us here in the studio. And I'm sure that when next we invite you, you oblige us with your time and expertise for these in-depth analyses that we've had on this day of Workers' Day here in the Federal Capital Territory, Adakole.
Mr. Makinde, thank you for having me.
All right, Adakole Ijogi is a seasoned political economist here in the Federal Capital Territory, and we've been discussing on different issues as it pertains to the welfare of civil servants and public servants and how to make things better. Remember, the theme for this year is reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardships. So thank you very much again, Adakole. We'll surely get talking on some other issues later.
Thank you.
Okay, from the studio here, let's connect with the centerpiece of celebration of the Workers' Day, and that is at the Eagle Square.
Was involved, including the workers, so that we can draw our synergy together and move the country forward. I think if they're able to do this, definitely the company will move forward and there's a brighter future for Nigeria.
Yeah, an aerial view of the Eagle Square there in the Federal Capital Territory as people still trooping to that center for the celebration of this year's Workers' Day. Different organizations and associations within the organized labor already coming to represent and project their interest as we anticipate the arrival of government officials to also synergize and celebrate the role of workers here, not only in Nigeria, but also in different parts of the country and here in the FCT. So live feeds coming there from the Eagle Square here in Abuja for the 2025 Workers' Day. But while we wait to establish contact, and of course have more live inputs from there, let's go for a short break. This is the special broadcast of 2025 Workers' Day here in Nigeria. Stay tuned.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, the land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree. We sway in colors, we turn dark into light. We bet solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than the solution.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry life. Together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
You're welcome back from that break. Now we've seen different members association of the organized labor clad in different colors ready to show. But from Abuja and to different centers, let's go to the Center of Excellence. And Adeola is there. Echo for show. Surely it's going to be a big show. Tell us what we expect, Adeola.
Oh, hello, Ayo. Happy Workers' Day to you. In Lagos here, it's a beehive. The workers are very happy. The governor just came into the arena and he's going round greeting all workers in Lagos State. I can tell you that about 45 unions are here, celebrating the Workers' Day. It is a day most workers in Lagos always look forward to. They have been so excited, and I'm very sure that from my discussions with some of them, they are waiting to hear one or two policy statements from the governor that will make them very, very happy. And as the governor is going around, I'm sure that once he gets back to his seat, everything will fall into place. But we should know that workers, they contribute immensely to the growth of this great nation, and celebrating them today is not what we should take lightly. I, for one, I'm a Nigerian worker. You're there, you're in the studio, you're a Nigerian worker, you're working, others are relaxing at home. But it is what we have decided to do to serve the nation. And I'm sure that by the time we're done here, at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Oniko in Lagos. But we have good news to say.
Well, surely, Adiola, I can feel the vibes and the rhymes of Owambe there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, used to be called the Onikon Stadium there in Lagos. But beyond the promises, what are the expectations that you've been able to see on the faces of those who are there, that things surely will get better as they occupy the civic space in the realities of the economy that we have?
If I heard you clearly, you're asking about the expectations of the workers. The Nigerian workers here at this arena, they're expecting that government will take the welfare of workers very seriously. And remuneration is one thing that they are worried about. They want it to, be just in tandem with what it's currently obtains in the society presently. And they talked about associations, organizations, ensuring that workers are allowed to be part of the union, because it's only the union that can really fight the cause of a Nigerian worker. These are some of the anticipations or expectations the workers, have right here.
Interesting, Adiola. Some years ago, seeing you on the turf like that, many would have been thinking we're discussing a sports program or a sports event. But it's interesting to know that in 2025, we're talking about realities of Nigerian workers and how things can get better. Thanks so much for your contribution, as we expect more live inputs and updates from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena there in Lagos. So enjoy the rest of your time out there, and surely we'll get updates from you later.
Thank you, Ayo.
Okay, while we're waiting to establish contact with the Eagle Square, so many people are still arriving for the official commencement of the 2025 Workers' Day celebration. And there's an interview that we're having right there. Let's have the... Slight audio challenge there from the Eagle Square, but it's actually bubbling at the Eagle Square. For those who are around and want to just have access there, you can go have a feel of how the Nigerian worker and what they do every day to go through a lot of stress and hustle and hassle on a daily basis to raise that money and, of course, get a living. But while we're in Abuja here, let's reconnect with Alhatu out there, the seat of Caliphate in Sokoto. And Alhatu, you said the other time that the governor was going to arrive anytime soon to officially commence the celebration. Tell us, what have we had in the last 1 hour?
Yes, this is again Sokoto Power of the Caliphate. The time the governor has arrived for the Workers' Day celebration here at Kangiwa Memorial Stadium, Sokoto. The governor...
Oh, so much of interference with the audio of Dalhatu there in Sokoto, but I'm sure that will be rectified before we get into the main the main game here in the Federal Capital Territory, where workers, like I was trying to establish the other time, anyone around the Eagle Square can just go have a feel and see how workers are celebrating, and just see them. They go through a lot to earn a living, to share even parts of their earnings with those that they love. So it's a day to really celebrate them and have a feel of what they go through on a daily basis to ensure effective service delivery, push and drive government policies, and also make the change and the impact that is needed in terms of adding value to the society, adding value to government policies, and also changing the narrative and making Nigeria a better country. But while we're still waiting to establish contact with different centers that we have, Of course, that's the Eagle Square again, where an interview is ongoing. But if we've been able to sort the challenge of the audio, let's take it up from here.
Meant for this government to be filled. So, Nigerian worker for now, we are very optimistic that things will get better. Based on the economic indices, realities, the economic policies that the government they are trying to put up now. We are believing that once these policies are fully implemented, not on paper, we are hopeful that the Nigerian worker will be happy. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're welcome. So, these are the national women leader. This is the chairperson of the PCC, Public Complaints Commission, the Ombudsman, and we have other experts of the National Assembly chapter. Nigerian workers! Thank you.
Well, the greatness is everywhere. I was just trying to get some notes down here with my pen and to have a feel of what most of these workers are saying. There seem to be a renewed hope in the policies of government from these labor unions and organized labor that for many years were renowned to always go against the policies of government. Well, let's see how things will unfold over the next few days and moments. But right now at the seat of Caliphate, the audio there has been sorted out, and Al-Hatu now wants to tell us if the governor is there and we're ready to commence a celebration at the seat of Caliphate.
Hello, we are welcome to Sokoto, the seat of the Caliphate. Shehu Kangiwa Memorial Stadium, the venue for the annual celebration of International Workers' Day. Now is the time for the commencement of the procession. The Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu, Sokoto FCNA, is already seated. Now the labor anthem has been recited by the audience, and now it's time for the commencement of the procession. This is the venue where annually Labor Day is being celebrated to commemorate the plight of the Nigerian workers in commemoration of the international labor movement activities. Today, the chairman of the NLC, Comrade Abdullahi Aliyu Jangul, will present the address of the NLC president, and immediately after procession, then present the other needs that are required by the civil servants in Sokoto State after the Sokoto State government has 100% implemented the 70,000 naira national minimum wage down to local government civil workers and the local education authority staff across the state. And with this development, the workers have every reason in Sokoto State to celebrate the Workers' Day with high pride and esteem. Now the governor is already on the dais to inspect and supervise the procession by the Nigerian workers here in Sokoto State, including the civil servants from trade unions, that is the private sector in Sokoto State. The procession will commence now, and the governor, Dr. Ahmed Aliyu Sokoto of CNA, is already on stage. To supervise the procession. Now workers are on their queue with their different attires. They have now started coming. State executives of the NLC are in the forefront, leading the procession for the governor to see. And after the procession, His Excellency the Governor will address workers in Sokoto State and tell them the good news that he has for them as part of effort to improve their welfare and then make them happy to the fullest, to enable them exercise their civic duties of working hard to see that the state is moved to the fullest. in development. Yes, procession is on now. Leadership of the NLC is taking leading the procession. Procession continues. His Excellency the Governor is watching. Nigerian Civil Service Union is following the leadership of the NLC in Sokoto State as the procession continues. Here at Shehu Kangiwa Memorial Stadium, Sokoto, marking the celebration of International May Day celebration. This celebration is currently going on simultaneously in about 80 countries of the world. Here in Nigeria, it's going on across the country in all the 36 states and the FCT in Abuja. Now the NUJ follows the Civil Service Union, and behind the NUJ is Radio and Television Theatre and the Arts Workers Union of Nigeria, Ratau, on procession. And behind them is the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, Sokoto State Council, following them with the procession.
Oh yes, Dalhatu there in our Sokoto Network Center, giving us the real-time pictures and of course comments on the procession by members of organized labor there at the center where the governor of Sokoto State, Ahmad Ali Sokoto, is actually inspecting the parade. But now we have images from the Eagle Square where surely our correspondents on ground will be giving us the latest that we have in terms of arrival of dignitaries for the commencement of the 2025 Workers' Day at the Eagle Square. But I've been told that something similar is about to go down in Kano as well. And Abdullahi in Kano, please tell us, are we expecting procession to start anytime soon with governor of the state there? Okay, just small challenge, but that will be rectified in terms of establishing a clean contact with Kano. That's Abdullahi there. But at the Eagle Square now, different shades and colors from different organized labor movements for the grand celebration here in the Federal Capital Territory for the 2025 Workers' Day. Earlier, when an interview was being conducted, different labor groups are gradually keying into different policies of the federal government as it affects welfare, both financial and non-financial impacts on civil servants, where they're also making a case for improved service delivery in terms of their gratuity, pension, and health insurance, physical insurance, medical care, and so many other things that directly affects their well-being while they await the full implementation and payment of the wage award. Actually, the government made an announcement and some few days ago that a backlog of 35,000 naira wage award per month will be paid in arrears of 5 months. And these are some of the issues that will be at the front burner on how to make the life and the working conditions of public and civil servants better as we celebrate the 2025 Workers' Day. Incidentally, earlier, for those who are just tuning in, it's been some good time of conversation here in the studio with Adakole Ijogi that really spoke so much in terms of the variables that really affect the working conditions of the average Nigerian worker while one of the renowned labor union comrades in the country, Issa Remu, also joined us to bring in his experience, particularly as it affects the review of Nigerian salaries and wages. But Abdullahi, now in Kano, is ready to tell us if Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf is there, and I was set for the procession at the Sani Abacha Stadium.
Yes, Ayo. Soon after we finished discussing the other time, the governor just arrived at the stadium and inspected the parade, the march past by the various associations under the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress. And thereafter, speeches are now ongoing. The chairman of the State Labour Congress, Kabir Inwa, just spoke, expressing gratitude to the governor for ensuring industrial harmony in the state by prompt implementation of the new national minimum wage of 71,000 naira here in Kano, and settlement of more than 20 billion naira worth of gratuity, unpaid gratuity to retirees in the state, and with more being paid. So he was assuring that workers in the state will continue to be committed to their duties and cooperate with the government towards ensuring harmony in the industrial harmony in the state. He also thanked the state government and of course the federal government for creating enabling environment for investment, because citing the number of private sector representatives that have participated in the parade, the march past, there are representatives of various companies here in Kano, of course much higher than those from the public sector. So that means the economic environment is conducive, the operating environment is conducive for investment, and as seen here at the Sani Abacha Stadium, the representatives of the various private companies, industries are taking place here. Is an indication that both the state and the federal government are doing what is needed for that to happen. So any moment from now, the governor will also address the gathering, and maybe a policy statement may come up from this speech. And I'm sure maybe he will, as the chairman of the Labour Congress, acknowledge the payment of salaries, prompt payment. There is no longer delay in this payment of also pension, monthly pensions to retirees. You may also highlight other achievements of his administration and possibly break another good news to the state workforce. So far this is what has happened or is happening at the Sani Abacha Stadium, where the Workers' Day, the May Day 2025 May Day celebration is taking place.
All right, Abdullahi from Kano. It's really interesting to know that so many things unfolded in the space of 45 minutes that the governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, came in, addressed, had that procession of different members, member association of the organized labor, and also has been speaking to them, reassuring them of his commitment to making their welfare packages better and working conditions, and also to change the narrative in terms of prompt payment of salaries and outstanding gratuities and pension. Surely better days are ahead there for civil and public servants out there in the center of Commerce, Kano State. Thank you so much, Abdullahi, from there for that update.
Thank you, Ayo.
All right, it's been a very fruitful time for you out there to really stick with us, because we've been able to crisscross different centers in the country to have a feel of how workers are actually celebrating their own day, this day, the 1st of May 2025. And remember, it's been captured under the theme Reclaiming the Civic Space in the Midst of Economic Hardship. We're having live pictures from the Eagle Square here in the Federal Capital Territory, where surely it's just in a matter of time before they really hit the ground running there for the celebration of the 2025 Workers' Day. Truly, it's been a time to really reflect on the journey of civil servants and, of course, their plight in recent years, and how to really bring in innovation that we're having and the digital economy into the civil service, with experts actually advising for stringent regulation to ensure that standard procedures and rules do not get eroded in terms of bringing the fast-paced digital economy into the established norms and protocols of the civil service. But having discussed that and laying that as a foundation to the big celebration that we expect at the Eagle Square, if the audio is clear enough, let's have this audio and still whet our appetite as we wait for the commencement of the big celebration at the Eagle Square.
Lives of Nigerian workers. We have taken time out to celebrate our contributions to the progress and development of the country. It's a great day for us.
So, speak to us concerning the theme of this year's Workers' Day.
Yes, to be productive and work under the Renew Hope program of this government. The workers are in tune. We have aligned completely to see how the welfare of our workers can be accommodated under the agenda of this government. So we are at home for now. Well, things are not very good, but we have hope that with time the economic policies of this administration will make life improve for Nigerians.
On the final note, looking forward, going ahead, what does the future hold for us?
Yeah, the future is bright because we must insist, because we have no other country than Nigeria. We look forward to policies that are friendly, people friendly, policies that can bring us out of where we are for now. We have hope. The Nigerian workers have hope in this government, and we have hope in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, surely as we get in different batches, interviews from the Eagle Square ahead of the kickoff of the main celebration. The minister is already there, and more people are just settling in, trying to get spaces. It's always a beehive of activities at the Eagle Square whenever there is a national or an international celebration there. But before then, let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be rounding off our discussion as we connect to the main center of activity for the 2025 Workers' Day celebration.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we bet solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strengthened in unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
From the Atlantic across across the savannah to the Sahara. We rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree. We swear in colors, we stand back in demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than destination.
We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria. Together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
All right, so just another view from an angle there at the Eagle Square with different people of different interests from the organized labor, the side of government converging. And of course, speeches are already being made, but we'll surely establish full contact with Eagle Square in the next few moments. But as we gradually round off in the studio here, let me tell you that it's been a very interesting conversation to lay the foundation into the big celebration we expect at the Eagle Square, because we've been able to connect with Sokoto to have the feel from there. Same thing as Kano, Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Enugu, as the celebration really gathers momentum. And then to celebrate the Eagle Square, I'd like to thank Issa Remo that joined us in the studio, and Dakole Ijogi to give us their own perspective for this day's celebration. Now is the time to go to the Eagle Square for the live commentaries on the 2025 Workers' Day celebration, which is reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship. My colleague, Ignatius Nkwo, is well ignited and ready to spark the day for the celebration of the 2025 Workers' Day. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. Let's go.
Mama. The English mama himself.
Comrade Esa Amadu, you're welcome. Tear rubber, brand new, you're welcome. I see the home zone of the national president of TUC, Opengasan. Opengasan, we see you, we see you. Thank you for all you do. And of course, the CESA National President and National Financial Secretary of TUC. CESA, thank you for helping us to build the construction industry in Nigeria.
Secretary General, Comrade Joshua Akpebo. Up Association, you're welcome. Association of Nigeria, Reitan, Dr. Musa Mohammed Meitakobi, who is also the National Treasurer of the TUC. NBA, Afam Osigwe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Kankara. You're welcome, sir.
That's why I wrote it here. And opinion again. It's a reverse. So what is our?
They went to get it. They are not yet.
You know you're the chief planner in chief. You've not met me yet, but now that you've met me, you love me. We need water.
Where should I get this water? Why do you need water?
That's why you're sweating.
That's why I don't need water again. I have to reduce it. Too much. There's too much of everything is bad.
You see your life. In the end, you can follow drink the water.
Go there. They went out. I've been calling them. Where? Where?
Permit me to recognize here in our midst the presence of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Civil Service Matters, Mr. Alfred Abba. We also have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Investment, Ambassador Noor Arimi. We also have the Permanent Secretary, CSO, Office of the Head of Service, Dr. Danju Makalba. We have the Auditor General of the Federation, Mr. Shaka Chira. We have the Permanent Secretary, Youth Development, Olusonya Olubumi. We have the Permanent Secretary, Labor, Christopher Osas Osakwa. You're welcome.
All right, it's my deal.
There's going to be a twist in your protocol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is the problem? Yes. This is some correction. I will give you this. Now, you will reverse this. The Minister of State will replace the Minister.
No, we have reversed it. They corrected us.
Then Hassan Sumon will speak after her. Then the Minister will take the place of the President.
Yes, you have said that,
So
sir.
take this. Please work with you. We can start now. Let's start.
Yes, sir.
Let's commence.
As we get ready to hit the start line, permit me to recognize the President General of the Senior Staff Association of Shipping and Clearing and Forwarding, Comrade Harrison Asoye, and we also have Comrade Wilfred Uwandu, who is the General Secretary. Mr. Bulus, we are at the starting point. The gunshot of commencement beckons us, and I now hand over to you to call the assembly to order as we kickstart.
Your Excellencies, comrades and friends, may I have the privilege and honor, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge the very good presence of an astute Nigerian, a very trustful comrade, very, very committed and dedicated to the welfare of the Nigerian workers, who was the national president, Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria. But just like I said, he was one-time national president, Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria. His diligence and resilience made him more preferred, who took over as the immediate past president of the Nigerian Labour, who doubles as well as the global president, that is the president of ITUC, whom constantly made us proud within and outside the shores of Nigeria. And this is no other person but Comrade Dr. Ayuba Philibus Waba MNI. Please, let's put our hands together while we acknowledge his presence. At this juncture, we are kickstarting the event, ladies and gentlemen. Please, all comrades, let's go back to our pavilions. All side music, all drumming should be suspended for now. We are about to kickstart, please. Please, let's suspend all what we are doing. The side drummings, please, entries will be suspended for now. Please, we are kickstarting this event right away. Please, can we have absolute silence in the house? Please, who has that union, please? The national president should control those union, please. Who has that union? Please call their president. That's national anthem. My name is Onia. I'd like to give you this. If we have a new president here, we have announced it. Please, we are going straight to take the national anthem after acknowledging Comrade Francis Bono Abi, the President General, Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. Please, if the police band is ready, please give us the national anthem to kickstart this event, please. Can we all rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? on standing position. Let's take the solidarity song. When the union inspiration through the workers' blood share on, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what's force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity for solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity, solidarity forever.
For the union makes us strong.
Is that ought we all in common with a greedy parasite who will lash us into serfdom and will crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity
forever.
Solidarity. Solidarity.
Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They have taken untold millions that I never toiled to earn, but without our brains and Moses, not a single will could turn. We can break their haughty powers, gain our freedom when we land, for the freedom makes us strong. Solidarity,
solidarity forever.
Solidarity,
solidarity forever.
Solidarity, solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity,
solidarity forever.
Solidarity,
solidarity forever.
Solidarity, solidarity forever. For the union makes
us strong.
Solidarity
forever.
Solidarity
forever.
Aluta.
Continua.
Aluta.
Continua.
Victory.
Asceta.
A people united can never be defeated. Thank you very much. Hope Nigerian workers. Great.
The commemoration of the 2025 Workers' Day has kicked off here at the Eagle Square, with a number of affiliate unions, top government functionaries leading the park here. For the government theme is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers of Labour, Minister of Labour, Minister of State for Labour, and Chairman of the Senate Committee on Labour, Chairman's House of Reps Committee on Labour. Well, the theme of the 2025 Workers' Day, reclaiming the civic space amidst economic hardship, is a theme that labor unions across the country deemed fit to improve the welfare and improve the working condition of Nigerian workers in the digital age. It is a day to celebrate the heartbeat of every nation, the workers across Nigeria and the world. We have more than 200 affiliate unions that have gathered here today to celebrate this day and reflect on the resilience of the Nigerian workers. This year's celebration holds deeper significance in a time marked by economic recovery, technological transformation, and rising economic hardship globally, not just Nigeria. Well, Nigerian workers, like some of them have said here today, have continued to be resilient and work hard to ensure that Nigeria gets to where it should be economically. And then some of them have also affirmed to the fact that the federal government has done quite well in the area of welfare of workers.
Now, despite the challenges the Nigerian workers and workers across the globe have faced, they have continued to persevere. Now, from the lyrics and from the chants here, we have seen that the workers, they've reaffirmed their commitments to continue to power the engine of national productivity. Now, with this event that has taken off in NX, we expect solidarity messages from stakeholders, both labor unions and government. We expect solidarity messages from the Minister of Labor and Employment, Muhammad Megari Dingyadi. We also expect solidarity message from the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. These are all contained in the program for the day. We also expect to receive a solidarity message from the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And then we'll also be receiving a May Day joint address by the President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, and President of the Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo. Now, the May Day address will be coming from a special guest that's expected to grace the occasion. Now, after that, we have the vote of thanks by the chairman of the May Day Committee, Kabiru Ado Minjibir. After that, parades by the affiliate unions will now commence, which will signal the end of today's event.
On behalf of the workers of FCT, NLC, and TUC to this great occasion, today we gathered to celebrate May Day, a symbol of our collective struggle for justice, for equity, and for workers' rights. Our theme, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, resonates deeply with challenges we face.
Yeah, apologies. The head of the SGF is not the one representing Mr. Preston. The Minister of Labor is the one representing Mr. Preston. So just come here.
Okay, sorry, with apology, it's not the Secretary of the Government that represents the President of the Nation, it's the Minister of Labor. The reclaiming the civil space in the midst of economic hardship resonates deeply with the challenges we face today. The civil space, our right and responsibility. The civil space is where we advocate for fair wages, demand better working conditions, and hold leaders accountable. However, this space is cringing due to economic pressures, political constraints, and social divides. We must claim it through our unity, determination, and action. Economic hardship, a taste of our resolve. The economic challenges we face today are daunting. Inflation, unemployment, and inequality, yet we face adversity before and we emerge stronger. Let us turn hardship into opportunities, despair into determination, and our challenges into our triumphs. Unity, our great strength. As workers, we must stand together, regardless of our industry, regardless of our background, and regardless of our belief. The trade unions are our family, our community, and a force for change. Let us unite to demand welfare, safe workplaces, and social protection. Action. The path forward, reclaiming the civil space, requires action. We must organize, we must mobilize, and we must advocate. Let us engage our policymakers, collaborate with civil societies, and empower our communities. The hope is the light that guides us. In the midst of hardship, in the midst of our hope, hope is our guiding light. Let us carry this hope in our hearts and spread it to our others. Let us inspire our fellow workers and families and communities. Call for action. As we celebrate May Day today, let us remember that this is not just a day of reflection, but a day of action. Let us honor the sacrifices of those who come before us and pave way for others to follow after us. At this point, my TUC counterparts will continue the address in this regard. Thank you.
Solidarity
forever.
Solidarity
forever.
I remain Comrade Audupola Kogu, the PhD TUC chairperson FCT. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Your Excellency, next in week, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory Administration and the Minister of State, Dr. Mahmoud Mariam, have indeed made notable achievements in their leadership role. Some of these accomplishments include full implementation of new salary structure with arrears paid to LCT workers, payment of all pensions and gratuities, ongoing training for resident doctors, regularization of staff appointment and promotion. 5, capacity building for staff across all the secretariat, department and agencies. 6, approval and payment of intervention fund to area councils to offset the payment of salaries, allowances and arrears of teachers and workers at area councils. However, there is a lot of outstanding issues between the two labor centers in the Federal Capital Territory and the ministers of FCT, the 2 ministers. Among them are workers at the area council levels in FCT demand the following entitlement. Despite the fact that the ministers have released the bailout fund to these area councils to pay workers, area council workers and teachers in the area council, the area councils, they sat on the money, and that one led to many of our protests in FCT for a few days. As I'm talking to you, area councils are on strike. As I'm talking to you, the teachers in FCT are on strike. We demand immediately, 1, implementation of 70,000 minimum wage, payment 8 months arrears since the Honorable Minister has given them bailout fund, implementation of 40% per kilo allowance and payment of 27 years month arrears, implementation of 25% and 35% salary increase and 11 months arrears. 5, implementation and payment of annual increment to the whole FCT workers, payment of 35,000 6-month wage award arrears, implementation of Congress and the commerce salary adjustment. 8, implementation and payment of promotion arrears are standing for all the workers of the FCDA, remittance of employees pension fund, deduction to pension fund administration, PFUAs to secure our retirement benefit, recruitment of nurses, midwiferys into the primary health care centers across FCTs, most especially the rural areas. They lack medical personnel to cater for them, and we are experiencing a lot of casualties in these areas. The FCT ministers, they should sit up and do something about it urgently. There's a lot of nurses looking for work. There's a lot of teachers looking for work. Payment of uniform allowance to nurses and midwiferys. 12, Honorable Ministers, sir, make yourself available to Joint Union Action Committee, JUAC, and the 2 labor centers in Abuja to assess you and read feeling from your face. Conclusion, let us reclaim the civic space, not just for ourselves, but for the future generation. Let us confront economic hardship with courage, unity and hope. Let us build a society where every worker is valued, every voice is heard, and every dream realized. Together we can achieve the impossible. Together we can reclaim the civic space. Together we can create a brighter future. Together, thank you and a happy May Day. Solidarity!
Forever!
Solidarity!
Forever! Thank you
very much.
A round of applause for the FCT labor leaders. Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the Minister of Labor and Employment. The President of the Nigerian Senate, here represented. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, here represented. The Head of Service of the Federation, the TUC President, the NLC President, Presidents of Labor Unions here present, Permanent Secretaries here present, friends, lovers, supporters of the labor union in Nigeria. Solidarity! Solidarity! Permit me to invite for a solidarity message, Comrade Hassan Sumonu. Comrade Hassan Sumonu. And while he is coming, please on standby for the next goodwill message, the President of the Nigeria Bar Association, AFAM, Osigwe S.A.N. to be on standby, please. But let's welcome Comrade Hassan Sumonu to show the importance, his importance to the union. He is being guided by the two labor union leaders in Nigeria and even the former labor leader, Comrade Joe Ajero, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, Comrade Ayuba Wahab, the first president of NLC. Solidarity, I pay you homage, sir.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Comrade President of NLC and TUC, Nigerian workers, happy May Day to you all.
Thank you, sir.
When Obama wanted to become the President of the United States of America, many people, even including blacks, thought that it was impossible. But to Obama, he knew that it was possible. I want to ask this question. Is it possible for Nigeria to give Nigerians free education at all levels?
Yes, it's possible. Yes, it's possible.
Is it possible for Nigeria as an OPEC, oil-producing country, to have refineries that work?
Yes, it's possible.
Is it possible for Nigeria and Nigerians to have social housing for all Nigerians?
It's possible.
If Libya did it under Gaddafi, if Burkina Faso nearby is giving now free education to all Burkinabes, Nigeria, with God endowed human and natural resources, can Nigeria not give free education at all levels?
Yes.
What is wrong with us? Why is it impossible for us to have 24-hour light in Nigeria? Why is it impossible for us in Nigeria to have free or affordable health system for all Nigerians? Why should the children of hunters be eating bones? Why should the children of farmers be eating peelings of yams?
In most African countries, the heads of state will come to May Day to address the workers of their country. Why is it impossible? Why has it become impossible for Nigeria's heads of state to come and address Nigerian workers on May days? Is there anything wrong with us? Why is Nigeria not safe for Nigerians? Why are we becoming, as Nigerians, the poverty capital of the world? Our political leaders, please wake up, oh. Let our political leaders wake up. You are not giving us good leadership. You are failing Nigerians. If you are tired, get out of the way. Let the youth take over. Thank God we are Nigerians. We are not going to run away. Nigeria deserves peace and prosperity. Nigeria deserves good governance. A lot of corruption, we have to stop it. Nigeria needs justice from our law courts. We are giving too much money to our politicians. We need political restructuring through federalism. God bless Nigeria, and thank you very much.
Solidarity forever. Who get good voice? Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Victory, there is victory for all. Victory. In the struggle for Nigeria, there is victory. Greatest Nigerian workers.
Isoleto.
Africa.
Isoleto.
Africa.
Africa.
Isoleto.
Africa.
Isoleto. Isoleto.
The struggle
continues.
A Victoria. Thank you very much. Happy May Day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, we've heard the voice of the founding president of the Nigerian Labour Congress. These are Nigerians who have stood firmly against all negative policy options from the beginning. They first bought the military, first the colonial masters, to ensure the level which we are in the labor movement. Please, let's put our hands together to applaud once again Comrade Elder Statesman Hassan Sumonu, our very dear own. Thank you very much for that very inciting and intimidating goodwill message. Next is, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I have the privilege and honor the next goodwill messages will be taken by the MBA President, Mazi Afam Osigwe. Please, let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. May I adopt the already established protocol? We are here today in solidarity with the Nigerian workers, who are the unsung heroes of our nationhood and national development. We are here in solidarity with the Nigerian workers who continue to agitate to be paid a living wage, to have a fair work environment devoid of intimidation and other form of economic exploitation. We stand in solidarity with them to say that if we can cut some of the waste in government and pay workers a living wage, Nigeria may be a more economically sustainable country. The workers will be much more productive. That we need to incentivize our workers to bring out the best in them. And we'll say that the struggle for a better work environment, for safe working environment, and working in dignity is one which the Nigerian Bar Association will continually identify with. And we'll say that the struggle will continue until the objectives are achieved. And we should never rest on our oars, because all of us have a lot to contribute to make for a better Nigeria. Nigeria that is economically independent and is able to provide for most of its needs, and whose workers go to work with their head held high, knowing that the Nigerian nation cares for them, that are not just beasts of burdens, but partners in nation building and economic development. Solidarity, solidarity. Thank you very much.
Mazia Fam Osigwe, the SAN, President of the Nigeria Bar Association. Please a round of applause for him. Up next, for a solidarity message, join me welcome the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, here represented by the Minister of State, the distinguished, the beautiful, the erudite, Nkiru Onyejocha. Please a round of applause for her. Now this is one woman who has sat on negotiation tables. She buys from the Nigerian markets, so she understands that 70,000 is not enough. And who knows, she may just have the right message for the pockets of Nigerian workers for today. A woman cannot be beautiful and stingy. Beautiful women are giving women, and they always come with good news of great joy, just like Angel Gabriel. Join me welcome the very distinguished Nkiru Onyejocha. Please a round of applause for her. You're welcome back. Nkiruka Onyejocha. Nama, you're welcome. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Your Excellency, the Secretary of Government, Your Excellencies, the representatives of the Senate President and Speaker of House of Representatives, and of course, number one labor personality in Nigeria, the head of service of the Federation, the President of NLC and TUC, members of National Assembly, honorable ministers of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Nigerian workers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be in your midst today as your guest of honor for the 2025 May Day rally in solidarity with Nigerian workers. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the NLC, TUC, and their affiliates for inviting me to share in this significant occasion with you. As we celebrate Workers' Day, a day dedicated to honoring the backbone of our nation, the workers, distinguished leaders of the respected Nigerian workers, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the passionate and thought-provoking theme you have chosen for this year's May Day celebration, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship. This is apt, as it truly resonates two profound challenges we face as a society: the right to be heard and the struggle to survive. Today, as we gather to commemorate Workers' Day 2025, we are reminded once again that this is more than just a gathering, but it is a day of reflection, of solidarity, and of recommitment to the dignity in labor and of labor. My dear esteemed and committed Nigerian workers, as your Minister of Labor and Employment, let me say this clearly: your voices are heard, your concerns are valid, and your resilience is deeply respected. This administration is committed to the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President for a new Nigeria, and very soon we will be there. Dear Nigerian workers, as a government, we do not deny the weight of the economic hardship many citizens are currently facing. Inflation, unemployment, and social inequality are not just statistics. They are realities that affect families, homes, and futures. We acknowledge these challenges, and we recognize that they require urgent, inclusive, and transparent responses. But we must also acknowledge that progress is being made with dialogue, engagement, and a civic space that is very open. And protected and respected. This is our commitment towards moving Nigeria forward. The government, no doubt, agrees with you that a vibrant civic space is essential. It is the oxygen of democracy and the catalyst to the renewed hope agenda. Workers must be able to organize, to speak freely, to gather peacefully, and to advocate for their rights without fear nor intimidation. Great Nigerian workers, great Nigerian workers, great Nigerian workers. The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR is committed to strengthening legal protections for freedom of assembly and expression, creating more jobs for our unemployed youths and citizens for better national growth and development, creating more inclusive platforms for labor participation in policy making, encouraging civil dialogue over conflict, and protecting the fundamental rights of workers, especially in times of crisis. Furthermore, the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment has made significant strides in advancing labor policies, employment opportunities, and worker protections. These are evident in the launch of the Labor Employment and Empowerment Program, LEAP. This initiative was introduced to expand employment opportunities, equip Nigerians with critical skills, and drive economic empowerment through innovation and technology. Strengthening labor protections, the ministry has worked to enforce compliance with occupational safety and health standards, ensuring fair wages and dignified employment for Nigerian workers. youth employment and entrepreneurship programs. Through partnerships with various stakeholders, the ministry has developed programs aimed at upskilling and reskilling Nigerian youth to prepare them for the evolving job market. Industrial harmony and dispute resolution. The ministry is playing a key role in the mediation issues and fostering industrial peace and ensuring fair treatment of workers across various sectors. I am happy to say that since the assumption of this government, under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, our labor unions have been stable and peaceful. Let me use this opportunity to thank you for your understanding and national commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry has also partnered with labor unions in the following areas. Number one, engagement with labor organizations. The ministry has maintained open dialogue with the labor unions to address workers' concerns and improve working conditions. Policy development and implementation. Labor unions have been actively involved in shaping policies related to employment generation, productivity improvement, and occupational safety. Joint efforts in tackling unemployment. The ministry has partnered with labor unions to create job opportunities and support entrepreneurship initiatives, particularly for young Nigerians. Advocacy for workers' rights. Through collaboration with labor unions, the ministry has reinforced protections for workers, ensuring their rights to unionize, bargain collectivity, and engage in peaceful advocacy. 2, dear comrades, in the face of economic hardship, we must not retreat into division. We must rise in unity and solidarity with the government to build bridges and not barricades. Let us channel grievances into solutions and transform civic space into civic strength. Great Nigerian workers, I extend my hands of fellowship to the Nigerian labor unions, civil society, and all stakeholders. Let us work together to ensure that our collective quest for the economic recovery of the nation is achievable. Together, we can create a Nigeria where the well-being of our people is not just a slogan, but a reality. To all our workers, I say thank you. Your labor holds this country together. Your strength powers our future. And let your voice continue to shape our path forward. We must rise from this Workers' Day celebration more united, more determined, and more hopeful. Happy Workers' Day and onward solidarity. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, comrades and friends, we've had these very wonderful remarks from the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment through the Minister of State. We are truly informed that the Nigerian worker has been rated as one of the best in the West African sub-region. And the Nigerian worker had never relented with no aggressive intention to sabotage any government policy, but rather we have been very committed toward being loyal with creative intelligence in sustaining the growth of the Nigerian GDP. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Once again, if you are just joining us, this is the 2025 May Day celebration with the theme, Reclaiming the Civic Space in the midst of economic hardship. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, next is to invite the Honorable Minister, FCT, Honorable His Excellency, Honorable Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, who is ably represented by the Head of Service, FCT, Dr. Mrs. Grace Adailo. Please, let's put our hands together while we welcome her to the podium.
Walking down, permit me recognize the presence of the Deputy President of the Nigeria Guild of Editors and Director News FRCN, Comrade Husseina Akila MNI, and the National President of the NUJ, Comrade Al Hassan Yaya. Ma, you're welcome. Just take it easy. Don't be in a hurry. You have all the time.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, heavily represented by the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, His Excellency Mohammed Dingadi, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Akpabio, who is ably represented here by Senator Dikad Blanc, the Secretary to the Federal Government of Federation, Senator George Akume, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. D.E. Wilson Jack, the Inspector General of Police, Victor Olaya, the Honorable Minister of State and Labor and Employment, the President of Labor Congress, Comrade Joe Ajaero, the President of the Trade Union Congress, Comrade Festus Osifo, and the Chairman of the FCT Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Stephen Adalo Kabai, all the former presidents of unions groups here present, all the foreign international union members here present, all the comrades here present, please may you permit me to align with the existing protocol. I am here to represent the Honorable Minister of FCT, Honorable Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, on the occasion of the 2025 International Labour Day, which is taking place here at the Eagle Square on the 1st May 2025. And I read, I am truly delighted to be here today for the commemoration of the 2025 Workers' Day, which is a day set aside to recognize the immense contribution of workers to the growth and the development of societies in all nations. Permit me to begin by welcoming to Abuja all of you who have traveled from across our vast and beautiful countries to be here today. Let me also warmly salute every worker here today for your unwavering dedication, resilience, and patriotism. The theme of this year's celebration, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, is both timely and deeply resonant. It challenges us to reflect on the importance of safeguarding democratic participation, transparency, and the worker rights, even as we fed through the economic challenges. Let me state here that the FCT administration recognizes the economic realities confronting workers. In this context, reclaiming the civic space means ensuring that the voices of workers remain central in the governance and policy making and economic reforms. On assumption of office in 2023, it has been my utmost priority to create a conducive working environment and improve the welfare of our staff. Today, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to staff welfare and best over conditions of service. We believe that a motivated workforce is a backbone of effective public service delivery. Therefore, the FCTA has taken deliberate steps to improve the working conditions of the staff and uplift their general welfare. Some of our recent efforts include prompt payment of salaries and pensions. We have prioritized the timely payment of workers' salaries and pensions. I take it again, please. Let me state that the FCT administration recognizes the economic realities confronting workers. In this context, reclaiming the civil space means ensuring that the voices of workers remain central to governance, policy making, and economic reforms. On assumption of office in 2023, it has been my utmost priority to create a conducive working environment and improve the welfare of our staff. Today, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to staff welfare and best ever conditions of service. We believe that a motivated workforce is a backbone of effective public service delivery. Therefore, the FCTA has taken deliberate steps to improve the working condition of its staff and uplift their general well-being. Some of our recent efforts include prompt payment of staff salaries. We have prioritized the timely payment of worker salaries and pensions despite fiscal constraints. We ensure that all pension and gratuities are paid without arrears owed. We ensure full implementation of new salary structure in line with the federal government policy on workers' welfare, with all arrears paid. And understand that the physical security is critical for personal stability and productivity. Staff training and capacity development. We have launched staff training and capacity development. We have launched a new training and reskilling programs across various sectorial departments and agencies across FCT, equipping workers for the tools and knowledge to thrive in a rapidly evolving administrative and technological environment. In addition to upscale capacity of doctors in our hospitals, we recently recruited 60 medical doctors for residency training program across our hospitals in 8 different specialties, including internal medicine, general surgery, family medicine, psychiatry, ophthalmology, pediatrics, obstetrics, and gynecology, and well as anesthesiology. Upgrading the workspace of infrastructure. Several sectorial departments and agencies within the FCT has seen renovations and upgrading of their office environment to ensure safer, healthier, and more functional spaces for staff. Promotion and career progression. We are acutely aware that the growth of workers goes beyond pay, so career advancement is so crucial. As such, we have instituted several measures aimed at facilitating professional growth for FCT workers. We are steadily concluding the staff regularization exercise, and soon after, the promotion exercise will commence. We are committed to we are committed to implementing the transparent appraisal system to ensure that merit and diligence are rewarded fairly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply concerned about the ongoing strike action by the area council employees over the non-implementation of the new minimum wage. But it might interest you to note that I had approved the release of the sum of over 4.1 billion to the area council chairman for the implementation. I once again call on them to ensure that the payment of the minimum wage and its arrears to the workers are well implemented and paid. In a similar vein, the FCT administration is also committed to improving the working conditions for the teachers in the area council and has commenced the building, renovation, upgrading of school facilities, provision of learning materials and other necessary support to ensure a conducive learning environment for both public and the teachers. Beyond this, we remain open to constructive dialogue with organized labor. Civic space must never shrink in terms of hardship. It must grow stronger through partnership, empathy, and mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, I want to reinstate that the FCT administration will continue to prioritize the welfare of all workers. Every worker from the lowest rank of the highest contribute immensely to the progress and the development of the Federal Capital Territory. It is only through your dedication, sacrifices, and resilience that we are able to build a better future for the FCT and Nigeria at large. Once again, I congratulate you all on the 2025 Workers' Day. Thank you for your valued attention, and may God bless you. I believe that the labor or the hearers will have applauded our capacity, Honorable Minister, for releasing the sum of 4.1 billion to settle the implementation and the arrears of all the area council in the implementation of the minimum wage. So when I said it, I am expecting an applause to our Honorable Minister.
Applause! Applause!
You need to applaud for him because he has released the money. I applaud him and encourage him to do more. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for the representative of our landlord, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Wike. It's now time to invite the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin GCON, here represented by Honorable Dr. Adegboyega Adefarati, who is the Chairman, House Committee on Labor, Employment and Productivity, for a solidarity message. Please, a round of applause for him. I could almost have mistaken him for a real comrade, because the way he's springing his steps and coming, he might just be coming to tell us that they have increased the minimum wage from the extra 40,000 to 140,000. Please, a round of applause for him.
His Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCR, ably represented by the Minister of Labor and Employment, His Excellency,
Alhaji Muhammad Dengadi, the Senate President, ably represented by my brother, English Senator Dike Plank, Senate Chairman Senate Committee on Labor, Employment and Productivity, Secretary to the Federal Government, Senator George Akumesi ON, members of National Assembly are present, Minister of Labor, Minister of State Labor and Employment, my sister, Barrister Honorable Nkiruka Oyejosha, Head of Service, other members of the Council here present, President of Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Joe Ajero, President of TUC, Comrade Festus Toshifo, congratulations on your election. Let me observe all of us. Great Nigerian workers, I bring good tidings from the Speaker, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON, who is unavoidably absent. He asked me to read his goodwill message. Goodwill message by Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON, Speaker of the House of Representatives, at the May Day rally organized by Nigerian Labour Congress, themed Reclaiming Civil Spaces and Economic Hardship, on Thursday, May 1st, 2025 at Eagle Square, Abuja. Great Nigerian workers, it is with deep great joy and that I stand in solidarity with Nigerian workers and indeed workers across the world to mark this year International Workers' Day. This annual celebration is a powerful reminder of many struggles, excellence, and achievements of workers who, in the face of daunting adversities, continue to toil until to create out living and existence. I therefore wish to take a moment of tribute to the long-suffering Nigerian workers who continue to serve with pride, dignity, and honor, even when the conditions over the years haven't been so good. You have remained faithful to our dear nation. This aptly fits into the wise saying of the late Pope Francis, who noted that the dignity of labor, the dignity of work, is not just about earning a living, it is about participating in creating it. I salute your courage, resilience, dignity, and faithfulness to this great nation. It is only proper and that we recognize and honor you for your numerous contributions in different sectors towards the political, economic, and social development of this nation. When we honor labor, we actually honor the nation, because behind every successful nation are the hands and sweat of laborers and workers. The theme for this year's celebration, Reclaiming Civil Spaces and Economic Hardship, resonates deeply with the contemporary realities of Nigeria As we go through a phase of economic and rejuvenation, we are all felt the weight of economic challenges pressing down on our soldiers as a result of reforms to address age-long economic mismanagement and misarticulation. The rising cost of living has made it increasingly difficult to provide for our families. Yet, despite these issues, your spirit remains unbroken. You continue to show up every day with dedication and commitment to your work, with the hope that our collective creativity will transform challenges into opportunities. That is the true spirit of labor. It must be admitted that while the last 2 years have been challenging for all Nigerian families, we have to begin to witness and appreciate the wisdom of the government in embarking on economic transformation to restore our nation to the path of growth and development. The late Dr. Oboya, former Minister of Science and Technology, has said that trees shed their own leaves, allowing ones to grow to withstand the demanding circumstances of harsh weather. Snails often discard their old skin so that new skin can grow to be healthier and stronger. Indeed, economic growth is a complex process that requires resilience to achieve. The policies of this government in the last 2 years have been championed to liberate Nigeria from economic struggle to inclusive growth, and a journey of economic growth demands sacrifices and commitment. You have been champions of this growth as workers, and it's noteworthy that some appreciable positive results are being recorded as a result of these policies. Great Nigerian workers, you are proving to be the engine room and main drivers of the New Hope administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. You have been instrumental in pushing government policy to deliverable dividends. You have strengthened your faith and belief that our country will be greater. You are the reason why the government is working. I want to take this moment to commend the leadership of our labor unions, to Comrade Joe Ajaero of NSC and Comrade Festus Osifo of TUC. Your tenacity in advocacy for workers' rights is commendable. You have stood firm against injustice and fought tirelessly for better working conditions and fair wages. Your efforts paid off in the enactment of the Minimum Wage Act and in securing wage awards for workers. The House of Representatives and indeed National Assembly continue to stand by Nigerian workers to ensure we make laws that guarantee good governance and impact on the people. Minimum Wage Act, which brought an increase in the workers' emoluments, is an example of rapid legislative response of National Assembly to the workers of Nigeria. Over the years, the issues of workers have received considerable attention for the National Assembly and will continue to feature prominently in our legislative priorities. For us, as representatives, our legislative agenda is committed to ensuring that we defend the mandate you entrusted to us by making laws for good governance, proper representation, and oversight of the executive. I assure you that the House which has been dubbed the People's House, is committing to embarking on legislative actions that will enhance the welfare of workers, make life more meaningful for them. This is our contract with the people of Nigeria, and we do this because we know that without workers, not much we can achieve. The House of Representatives is always ready to engage with the Nigerian workers through leadership to fashion out more creative ways we can use our legislative mandate to create a better life for workers. The House is open to receive you in your house anytime. We have, as part of our legislative agenda, the Open National Assembly Week, during which we open our doors for 1 week for citizens and constituents to interact directly with us and give us feedback on our performance. The next National Assembly Open Week, organized by the House of Representatives, comes up from the 4th to 4th of July 2025. We expect to receive you in the House of Representatives to have direct interface with you. While I congratulate you on this International Day of Workers, I urge you to become agents of change in our country. Beginning from your workplaces, let us put in our best in service of our dear country to ensure that we patriotically and joyfully hand over to our children a banner without stain. Great Nigerian workers, happy Nigerian Workers' Day. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Great Nigerian workers! Great Nigerian workers! 1, 2. That was remarks by the representative of the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives in the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Indeed, the Nigerian worker constantly remain very committed. We want more legislation that will create more work safety for the Nigerian workers, that will also improve the welfare need of the Nigerian workers, that will free us from this economic bondage. Indeed, we are planning hard to reclaim the civil space even in the midst of the economic hardship of the country. I will remain very, very resolute in supporting all government policies for us to remain standing as an indivisible country. Yes, indeed, the Nigerian worker is a determinant factor in the sustainability of the GDP of Nigeria. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, may I have the privilege and honor to invite for the solidarity message from the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, who is ably represented by Senator Diket Plang, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Labor, Employment and Productivity. Well, the representative of the Senate, the President of the Senate, is coming forward to take his stand at the podium. May I personally acknowledge the very presence of the DG Nigerian Pension Commission, Ms. Omolola Oloraran. Thank you very much for coming. Please, let's put our hands together while we welcome on the podium the representative of the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who happened to be my teacher, who happened to be one of my mentors politically and otherwise. So thank you very much. Now we'll meet in the Old Boys again.
Greatest Nigerian workers. Greatest Nigerian workers. Thank you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by the Honorable Minister for Labor and Employment, Alhaji Mohammed Dingyadi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, ably represented by the Chairman, House of Reps Committee on Labor and Productivity, Dr. Boyega Adefarati, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, our dear leader, not just in Benue, but the North and North Central in particular. The Minister of Labor and Productivity, ably and also represented by the Minister of State, Right Honorable Nkiruka Oye Jo. Very good. Other members of the National Assembly that are here, particularly my brother, who respects the Nigerian workers, and today he has taken off his trademark to wear the cap of the Nigerian labor, distinguished Senator Victor Ume, who is known with a different cap, but for the respect he has for Nigerian workers, he is wearing this cap today. Other members of the National Assembly here present, our brother, the President of Nigerian Labour Congress, Chief Joe Ajeru, and our brother, the President of TUC, his Chief Engineer Festus Osifo, other former leaders of our trade unions, other members of the diplomatic corps that are here present, members and chief executives of boards and parastatals that are here, great Nigerian workers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am standing here with my brother, Senator Victor Ume, to represent the President of the Senate, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Godswill Apabio, GCON, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, and indeed the uncommon President of the Senate. We would like to read our Senate President's speech because he desires to be here, but for the fact that he went on a national assignment representing our dear country at the burial of the Pope, I would like to read his speech. Great Nigerian workers, comrades and compatriots, I stand before you today not just as President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but as a fellow worker, one who understands the sweat, sacrifices, and silent strength it takes to keep a nation running. I join you in solidarity and in celebration on this important occasion of Workers' Day 2025. The theme you have chosen for this year, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, is as timely as it is also a bold one. It reminds us that freedom is not luxury or wealth or powerful civic space. The rhyme where people speak, organize, protest, and participate in governance must never contract when times are hard. Rather, that is precisely when it must expand. For it is in challenging times that the voices of the people must be heard loudest. It is in challenge that democracy must be deepest. It is in adversity that justice must be closest. Today, I salute you, Nigerian workers in every sector, the teachers who mold minds, the health workers who tend to the wounded, the farmers who till the soil, the engineers who build our roads and power our factories, the civil servants who maintain livelihood of government, the artisans and traders who keep the economy alive. You are all the unseen hands and the unshakable backbone of this country. You are not just part of the nation, you are the nation. History tells us that without labor, there is no freedom. Without your struggles from the colonial era through the independence movement to the modern day agitation for justice and fairness, democracy would be an empty shell. You have stood as sentinels in our nation's story. In fact, every major democratic gain we have met has had your fingerprints on it. You fought for the minimum wage. You better working conditions, and for the very space we now call civic. So when we speak of reclaiming civic space, we must first salute those who built it, you, the Nigerian worker. But comrades, I will not go into this with romantic actions. I know the pain you feel. I know the economic hardship in the land. Inflation bites, wages stretch thin, commodities rise while salaries are stagnant. Your monthly income barely lasts the month. It is a reality that government cannot ignore and will not ignore. But the comforting thing is that we should not lose hope, because the government will never sleep nor slumber until it fixes those problems and renew the hope of Nigerians. Therefore, we must be clear-eyed about the road ahead. The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is undertaking reforms that are long overdue, reforms that many previous governments postponed to take, but with which now be done for the sake of our nation's future. The removal of fuel subsidies and the restructuring of the foreign exchange regime were not acts of punishment. They were steps to save our economy from collapse. They were necessary adjustments to reset the fundamentals and lay the groundwork for sustained prosperity. Are they painful? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Are they necessary? Also, yes, they are necessary. But let me assure you, this pain is not permanent. It is transitional. It is purposeful. It is the price we must pay to regain control of our economy and unleash the potential of our people. The goal is stronger. The goal is a stronger Naira and an industrial economy, and a Nigeria where labor is not just thanked on 1st May, but respected every day of the year. Let us also address the question on many lips: why does the Senate work closely with the executive? The answer is, my friends, is rooted in the Constitution and in common sense. We in the National Assembly do not legislate to please headlines. We legislate to serve the people. And when the executive is pushing forward with policies that align with national interests, it is our duty not not just our choice to support and strengthen these efforts. We must avoid political posturing that delays development. In every needless quarrel between parliament and then the presidency, the Nigerian workers suffers the most. Contractors abandon site, infrastructures greens to halt, salaries are delayed, pension arrears pile up, and in the end, it is the common man who pays the price for allied disagreements. That is why, under my watch, the 10th Senate will continue to prioritize cooperation over confrontation, unity over division, and the national interest over narrow politics. And speaking of roots, I have not forgotten mine. I began as a labor leader. I have worked with you as governor of Akwa Ibom State. I was called the most worker-friendly governor in Nigeria. Why? Because I listened, because I paid salaries, because I paid pensions on time, because I believe that workers are not enemies of development. They are its engine. That philosophy has not changed. It is now the driving force of my leadership in the Senate. Today, under my leadership, the 10th Senate is pushing forward with bills that will promote fair wages, protect union rights, and improve working conditions. We are reviewing the Labor Act. We are supporting vocational education and enterprise development. We are strengthening the pension system. We are demanding greater accountability in the management of worker welfare funds. These are not promises. These are legislative priorities. Let me close with a simple story, one that moved me deeply. I once visited a hospital, a government hospital, and met a janitor. He swept the corridors quietly, efficiently, and with visible pride. I asked him, how do you keep doing this every day in such tough conditions? And he smiled and replied, Oga, I know I don't wear white coat like the doctors, but I believe a clean flow can help save lives too. That, dear comrades, is the spirit of the Nigerian worker, humble, honest, and indispensable. So today, let us honor every man and woman who gives their best, even when the system gives them less. Let us remember that rebuilding Nigeria is not just a task for one class or one sector. It is a collective mission. Collective mission. Whether you drive a truck or teach in a class, whether you lay bricks or draft policies, you are part of this rebuilding. And yes, let us reclaim the civic space, but let us do so not with rage alone, but with reason, not with slogans alone, but with service, not with division, but with dedication. The civic space is not just for protest, it is for participation. Speak truth to power, but also speak truth with responsibility. Let our labor be a ladder, not a weapon. Great Nigerian workers, I see you, I hear you, I stand with you. Happy Workers' Day. God bless you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
That was quite some long solidarity message. Sir, take our greetings back to the Senate President. He says he hears us, he sees us, but does he really hear us? We want to hear alerts in our mailboxes and salaries. Please, a round of applause for the Senate President. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before the next heroes who push for better working conditions for Nigerian workers, even when the system gives them less, come on. Permit me recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Labor and Employment, Dr. Salihu Usman. You're welcome, sir. Madam, step forward a bit. Great Nigerian workers! Great Nigerian workers! Articulate Nigerian workers! Progressive Nigerian workers! Solidarity! Solidarity! Aluta! Victoria! Join us as we welcome our leaders, the heroes of the labor movement in Nigeria. In the last couple of years, they keep pushing for better pay and better working conditions for Nigerian workers. For a May Day joint address, join me, welcome the President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Joe Ajaero, and the President of the Trade Union Congress, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo. Solidarity. We are singing solidarity for the union. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us victory. There is victory. Greater victory. There is victory for us. In the struggle. In the struggle for our empire. Yes, there is victory for us. Forward, forward. Forward, forward. Ever. Forward, ever. Backward, backward. Never. In the struggle. In the struggle. Go for our members. Victor. In Soleto. In Abuja. Solidarity. Solidarity. My president says, solidarity. 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 The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Minister of Labor. The Minister of Labor, ably represented by the Minister of State, the Secretary to the Government, the Speaker of the House of Rep, the President of the Senate, all distinguished members here present, leaders of various political parties, the veterans, former presidents of the NLC, former presidents of TUC, first president of NLC, Comrade Hassan Somono, who set the tone this morning, former president, immediate past president of NLC, Comrade Ayuba Waba, and other distinguished personalities here present, we welcome you to this year's May Day. Comrades, friends and fellow workers, today we stand not just as observers of history, but as its architects. Our labor has built nations. Our unity has moved mountains. Yet, as greed erodes the dignity of work, we face a crossroads, not just as people, but as a class. Work is the heartbeat of humanity,
shaping civilization and determining our planet's fate. We gather not merely in celebration, but in defiance, honoring the hands that till the soil, the minds that innovate, and the spirits that refuse to break. We are the architects of wealth, the guardians of justice, and the living proof that another world is possible. This May Day arrives at a critical moment. It is not just a tribute to toil and sacrifice, but a reckoning, a time to demand justice, reclaim our rights, and fight for Nigeria rooted in equity and democracy. It is a day to challenge those in power to lift the crushing weight of economic hardship and give our nation a chance to rise. These days, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship calls us to defend democracy, resist repression, and rebuild Nigeria on justice. The civic space where voices challenge injustice and demand accountability is under siege. Policies are imposed without workers' input. Protests are met with brutality, and dissent is criminalized. We are threatened because we dare to speak against hardship, insecurity, and indignity. Comrades, since silence is a surrender, if we do not reclaim the civic space, democracy will crumble, and our hope for social justice will vanish. We must unite with the youth, women, and civil society to save this nation. In this economic storm, the civic space is our lifeline, the arena to redirect governance. Neoliberalism and anti-worker policies loom large, but we cannot falter. As Karl Marx warned, the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. Our task is clear: unite, organize, engage, and reject division. Embrace solidarity, reject fear, embrace courage, reject despair, embrace hope. We must push back against forces dragging Nigeria downwards. The ingredients we endure, job insecurity, stagnant wages, unsafe workplaces, will persist unless we reclaim the civic space. It is our platform to challenge the powers that seek to silence us. Today, we stand to celebrate labor and to reclaim our voice. We must rebuild justice for the rubble of self-interest. The state is meant to protect the people, but seems paralyzed by pegs of power. So we support it to salvage our nation. This May Day, we declare the civic space belongs to the people. It is where voices must be heard, demands met, and struggle won. Attempts to shrink it is not advisable. Workers have always driven progress from the 8-hour work day to living wages. Yet our rights, freedoms, and unions are under attack. Precarious work, starvation wages, and repression seek to break us, but we remain unbowed, unbroken. Without workers, there is no society. Without labor, there is no development. Workers are criminalized for demanding fair pay. Dissent is crushed. Law silence protests, but we must march on. This is a call. Engage, organize, mobilize. Labor must shape policy, reject elite enrichment at the masses' expense, fight stagnant wages amid soaring costs. Hold leaders accountable amidst economic hardship. We must rebuild democracy. Workers fought for independence against dictatorship, fought democracy, for we must rescue it from repression. Reclaiming civic space means demanding policies for the people, not the privileged. Governance must serve, not oppress. Politicians cannot decide without the people. Where are the benefits of fuel hike? Electricity tariff promises, Naira devaluation gains, endless taxes and borrowing. These are the truths government hides. The state of the movement, a call for consciousness and courage. Comrades, we gather not as mere unions, but as a living conscience of the struggle, a struggle against the machinery of oppression that seeks to break our spirit. The Nigerian worker stands at the precipice of history, caught not only in the grip of national crisis, but in the crossroad of global war on labor. Capitalism, revenues, and unrelenting divorce livelihoods erodes dignity and deepens the abyss of inequality. The state, which should be the guardian of justice, has too often become the enforcer of policies forged in the halls of exploitation by the Bretton Woods institutions. Despite all this, we march in an unshakable spirit of solidarity. Yet in the face of this storm, the Nigerian labor movement remains the strongest, the most vibrant in Africa. We have resisted every scheme to divide us. Together we fought for the minimum wage. Together we stand in every battle against injustice and deprivation. We are growing, organizing the informal economy, strengthening ranks, fortifying our solidarity. With every new member, our power swells. We are no longer just workers. We are a collective will of the marginalized, the oppressed, the unseen. The fire of the struggle continues as a trade union movement was not born in comfort. It was forged in fire. Our power does not come from the generosity of the elite, but from the unity of the exploited. Remember the struggle for 70,000 minimum wage, a victory still defied by many governments. The struggle for this continues. Compliance must be assured. And beyond this, we must demand living wage. One that lifts workers from the grip of hardship. We must build a movement that does not beg for crumbs, but demands for bread. We have begged with our sweat. Remember our brothers and sisters who, rather than endure servitude in faraway Georgia, chose to the ultimate defiance, the courage to say no. That same fire burns in all of us. Today we say no to hunger, no to poverty, no to hardship, no to impunity, no to police brutality, no to bad governance, no to starvation wage. We speak for those who serve in silence, who weep in shadows, who grind their lives into dust under the weight of poverty. We are a voice. To remain silent is to betray them. It is our duty to speak for them. We shall continue to do so. The true enemies of this nation are not those who speak, but those who stay silent when things go wrong. Those who watch as we are brutalized. Those who keep silent when we are paid starvation wages. Those who trade tomorrow's promise for today's cowardice. We have chosen that we will not be silent. We will not be broken. We will speak. Comrades, this year's May Day holds amidst grave national challenges that threaten not just our democracy, but the very fabric of our existence. Worsening ethnic tensions, rampant insecurity, impunity everywhere, and disregard for constitutional principles cast a dark shadow over our nation. Thus, this is not the Nigeria our forebears fought for. Were they to witness today's reality, they will surely be dismayed. Where governments uphold the dignity of citizens, democracy thrives. Where they fail, democrats withers. Today's deep insecurity amidst litany of bloodshed, Uromi, Yamufu, Edani, Awo, Zamfara, Bakos, Benue, Kebbi, testifies a failure of leadership. The federal government must fulfill its primary constitutional duty to protect the lives and property, not lament helplessly. Comrades, true leadership demands service, humility, and inclusivity. The executive, legislature, and judiciary must restore their independence. Today, public confidence government outcomes has evaporated. The president must summon courage to admit wrongs and correct them. That is the hallmark of great leaders. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Only through collective commitment to justice, fairness, and the true rule of law can we rescue it. We must not allow further descent into crisis. The time to return to the path of justice and democratic governance is now. Our nation's economy. Distinguished guests and comrades, the Nigerian economy today stands battered and bruised, weighed down by structural deformities and microeconomic collapse. Rising inflation, massive unemployment, exchange rate chaos, and shrinking GDP have turned daily life into a brutal struggle for survival for workers and citizens alike. The real test of the economy is simple. Are the people better off? Can they meet their basic needs today and tomorrow? By this test, this economy is not doing well. Streets across the country bear faces of hunger, hopelessness, and crushed dreams. The Human Development Index places Nigeria 161st out of the 193 countries, classified among nations with lowest human development. As of 2025, 115 million Nigerians live in absolute poverty, 175 million in multidimensional poverty. Unemployment pre-rebasing was 35%. The reworked figure sits around 5.3%. But no amount of statistical acrobatic can hide the desolation on the ground. Inflation now ravages 33.69%, the highest in 28 years. While food inflation is monstrous 40.53%, driven by fuel hikes, insecurity, and forest scarcity. Real wages have collapsed. A 70,000 naira wage today is worth less than 15,000 in 2019 terms. A worker's full month salary cannot even buy a bag of rice. Unemployment is near 70%. Youth unemployment hovers at 40%. Jobs are disappearing across manufacturing, agricultural, and SMEs. Industries are suffocating. Manufacturers cannot import raw materials. Unsold goods pile. Factories shut down. No less than 60 multinational companies, including giants like GlaxoSmithKline and P&G, have fled since 2023, citing hostile business conditions. Without a strong manufacturing base, talk of job creation is a mere rhetoric. The power poverty is another albatross. Industries spend 40 to 60% of production costs. Insecurity on farms fuels food crisis. We now rank 109 out of the 125 on the Global Hunger Index, and it is getting worse. Fiscal recklessness among public office holders is deepening the rot, with MRR interest rate of 27%, expecting industrial growth is pure fantasy. We must act. Only a radical break with neoliberalism can save this country. Blind allegiance to IMF and World Bank prescriptions will only deepen our misery. Argentina's disaster should serve as a warning. Even the so-called apostles of free trade, like the United States under Trump, resort to protectionism. When it is suited them, we must learn. Nations that survive and thrive on those who build strong, self-reliant economies that have strong social components, and not those that seek to emasculate the citizen. We suggest once again that government should deliberately put more money into the hands of workers who drive the economy, who drive the local economy, support local industries, and recover and expand, end the statistical gerrymandering, rebasing inflation, unemployment, and GDP figures does not feed the people, and build a real economy that can survive the dignity of jobs and hope. When the economy is doing well, workers and citizens do not need any government spokesperson to tell us. We can feel it in our pockets, our tables, and on our lives. Let me allow my colleague to continue.
the energy sector. Every year, we talk about the energy sector, and every year, those who claim to know better stubbornly refuse to listen. Instead, they cling to failed models and broken promises. We, the workers in petroleum and power, know the truth. We know where the skeletons are buried. We know what works. If the government is serious about fixing this sector, it must sit down with critical stakeholders and rebuild it properly. Until then, Nigeria will remain shackled by energy poverty, despite being blessed with the resources to power a strong economy. What we lack is leadership. Just look at the absurdity. We have crude oil, yet Dangote claims to import crude to run his refineries. He exports refined products, while Nigerian imports the same product. It makes no sense. A nation that fails to manage its energy resources is doomed. Nigeria's energy sector today stands at a monument to negligence and corporate exploitation, keeps millions in darkness and choking industrial growth. How can a country of over 200 million people celebrate generating 5,528 megawatts when Ghana, with a population smaller than Lagos, generates 5,260 megawatts? Worse still, less than 4,000 megawatts even reaches our homes and industries. When the president laments the high cost of electricity in the villa and sinks 10 billion naira into solar, when Lagos State Deputy Governor wrings his hands over electricity bills, one must ask, if the allies are complaining, how do they think workers and average citizens are surviving under these crushing tariffs? Energy, electricity, oil or gas is the lifeblood of any modern economy. But here, sleazes, failed privatizations, and broken policies have turned it into a playground for profiteers. The government must urgently partner with workers, trade unions, and the Nigerian people to reclaim this sector and secure energy sovereignty. Our refineries remain a technical coma. Billions spent on Port Harcourt and Warri refineries have produced merely nothing. Meanwhile, a twisted games played out in the downstream sector. Dangote exports refined products, while Nigerians are forced to import the same. This is a deliberate economic gang-up. Effort must be made to get the publicly owned refineries working, while fixing all these areas of disagreement with local private refiners and NNPC Limited. We maintain that the power sector privatization was a daylight robbery and a monumental failure. A decade later, Nigerians still pay outrageous tariffs for darkness. Estimated billings remain legalized robbery. If we are serious about national development, we must fix the power sector now. No excuses. Regulatory capture. Comrades, as we celebrate today, let us confront a harsh truth. Government has abandoned its duty to regulate critical sectors. Instead of protecting citizens, they have surrendered to the fat cat. Telecommunications, power, banking, all now playgrounds for corporate impunity. The NCC watches helplessly as telcos hike tariffs without due process. NEC does nothing as electricity rates skyrocket. Regulators have been captured. They now serve the corporation, not the people. When regulators and operators become one and the same, services collapse, progress dies, and democracy weakens. We demand that regulators return to their jobs and government implements the agreement to cut the outrageous 50% telecom tariff hike down to 35% immediately. Nigerian workers are out of patience. Tax bills. Comrades, fellow workers, we stand united against the unjust tax bill trying to bleed us dry. Crafted behind closed doors, this bill slaps heavy taxes on Nigerian workers, meager housing, transportation, and medical allowances, while letting the rich and corporation off the hook. Today, Nigeria's minimum wage stands at 70,000 naira per month, 840,000 naira per year. Yet the government wants to tax anyone earning above 800,000 naira. Imagine taxing a man whose annual income barely buys 8 bags of rice. It is inhuman and wicked. Expanding VAT on essential goods will only worsen inflation, punishing the poor. Instead of squeezing workers, tax and obscene profit of big corporations and the idle wealth of the elite, we must demand the immediate withdrawal of this anti-worker tax bill. We want progressive taxation. We want VAT exemptions on essentials. We demand support for the informal economy, the true backbone of Nigeria's economy. Workers will not rest until we win tax justice for millions who keep Nigeria running. Electoral reform. Nigeria's political crisis is rooted in a broken electoral system that hardly reflects the people's will. It fuels apathy. It weakens democracy. It must not be allowed to continue. Electoral justice grows democracy. The trade union movement demands a national, inclusive, and urgent reforms of Nigeria electoral and governance architecture. We call on Mr. President and the National Assembly to rise above party lines. We must convene worker, civil society, youth, and the marginalized to redesign a system that guarantees every Nigeria vote counts. We must ensure leadership reflect the will of a people, not the convenience of a few. International arena. Comrades, Nigerian workers remain alert to global development. The world is in turmoil, driven by the greed of the metropolitan power and the capitalist master. Their hunger and profit fuel endless wars, disrupt peace, and stall sustainable development. The UN system, crippled by bias, has failed to act justly, leaving the world more dangerous than ever. The tariff wars. The ongoing tariff wars, ignited by US protectionism, have wreaked havoc on global trade, driving up costs, sinking markets, and threatening jobs everywhere, including Nigeria. Our oil and agricultural exports suffer a trade tension rise. We must push for policies that protect workers and diversity and diversify our economy while demanding global dialogue over destructive trade conflict. On this May Day, we urge workers centered after that strengthens African solidarity and put the interests of workers first. Only by standing together can we build a global economy that delivers decent jobs, fair wages, and shared prosperity. Shawara Arab Democratic Region. We stand firmly with the people of Western Sahara, the last colony in Africa, against Morocco's illegal occupation. Despite UN resolution, the Shawara people face exploitation, displacement, and resource plunder. As trade unionists, we cannot be silent. Their fight for freedom is our fight against imperialism and injustice. We demand an immediate end to Morocco occupation and a free, fair referendum for the Sahara people this May Day. We pledge Western Sahara be free. Cuba. We also reaffirm our solidarity with Cuba, still suffering under a cruel US blockade. that starve its people of food, medicine, and basic necessity. The inhuman policy divides international condemnation and exposes the hypocrisy of those who claim to champion freedom. Despite everything, Cuba's achievement in healthcare, education, and solidarity shines bright. We demand end to the blockage now. Viva Cuba! Conclusion. Your Excellencies, Nigerian workers are livid. We are hungry. We feel betrayed. Is it a crime to be a worker in Nigeria? Must we toil endlessly only to sink deeper into poverty? Our sweat fuels this nation's wealth. Yes, we are repaid with indignity and starvation wage. This injustice must end. No worker should be a beggar. No worker should live in penury for serving the nation. True democracy depends on protecting the civic space, the public square where the people's voice guides the nation. Its erosion is a threat not just to workers, but to Nigeria's very survival. We must defend it with all our strength. Comrades, in 1949, at Oyemat coal mine, 21 miners were slaughtered for demanding dignity and independence. In 1945, workers perished in the coal struggle, fighting hardship, just as we do today. Paimodu, the NEPA 11, Milton Dabibi, Ovie Kokori, they were persecuted for daring to resist oppression. Countless others have suffered freedom and safety to build a fairer world. Today, we salute their courage. Comrades, let us observe a moment of silence for all our fallen heroes. A moment of silence, please. Let's stand up, comrades, to observe a moment of silence for all our fallen heroes. 1, 2, go. May the souls of all the faithful departed, may the souls of all our heroes continue to rest in the bosom of the Lord, and may their memories continuously be blessings to us. Their struggle shattered colonialism, broke the chains of exploitation, and won the freedom we now defend. Their legacy is our mandate to break the new chains of hunger, deprivation, and repression. The baton is ours. We must run this race with pride, defiance, and unyielding resolve. A memorial arcade will soon rise to honor these heroes. Join us in immortalizing their sacrifice. They try to divide us, North versus South, Christian versus Muslim, but we see the truth. The real divide is between the oppressors and the oppressed, the billionaires and the workers. The path ahead is difficult, but history shows that progress is won through persistence. We will not be silenced, and we will not accept half measures. Let this May Day mark not just a celebration of labor, but the beginning of a renewed movement, one that reclaims Nigeria's future from the grip of exploitation. History teaches us one truth: no oppressor lasts forever. From colonialism to apartheid, from dictatorship to neoliberalism, every tyranny has fallen before the logic of organized labor and the people's cry. Let us reclaim the civic space, even in the midst of the economic hardship, so that we can address our fears and worries as workers and as masses. Let us therefore live here today with fire in our heart and resolve in our hands. Let us organize in every factory, every market, every village. Let us build a movement that shakes the foundation. Let us be the generation that takes back the nation and forges a Nigeria and a world where wealth is shared, where work is dignified, and where justice is not just a dream, but a reality. Finally, our invited guests, comrades, gentlemen of the press, we wish to make the following demands. Number one, stop the compression of civic space. Number two, implement minimum wage that reflect current realities. Number three, withdraw exploitative tax bill. Number four, reduce telco tariffs as agreed from 50 to 35%. Number five, reverse electricity privatization. Number six, end impunity, killings, and insecurity. Number seven, pay all outstanding allowances and pension. Number eight, expand retirement benefit and adjust pension to inflation. Number nine, protect union rights and halt indiscriminate union registration. Number 10, reform the economy for real development, not donor-driven austerity. Number 11, automatic adjustment of pension to reflect inflationary trends. Number 12, once again, we call for a review of the electricity privatization. Workers of the world, have a wonderful May Day. It is our May Day. 2026 celebration beckons. Let us meet again. Long live the Nigerian Labour Congress. Long live the Trade Union Congress. Long live the working people. Long live Nigeria. Solidarity. Solidarity. Great Nigerian workers. Great Nigerian workers. Hard-working Nigerian workers. Indefatigable Nigerian workers. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian workers. The people united. The people united.
Can never be defeated.
Solidarity.
Forever.
Thank you so much.
There is victory for all.
Victory.
There is victory for all.
In the struggle.
In the struggle
for
members, there is victory. Forward. Forward. Ever. Backward. Never.
In the struggle.
In the struggle
for Nigeria.
there is victory.
Isoleto. He Africa. Aluta. Victoria.
Asata. Thank you very much. We are. Please, let's put our hands together for the leadership of the NLC and TUC under the watchful skills of Comrade Joe Ajero and Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, the President Trade Union Congress. Indeed, they've given us an insight and we've critically analyzed our strength. Indeed, the May Day celebration is a platform that is constituted to ensure that we celebrate ourselves and then we chart a course for a better future as well as reflect on the gains of our past experiences as labor movement in Nigeria. Comrades and friends, we believe that the labor movement is constantly loyal and legally established for the betterment of the growth of the Nigerian economy. Today, our political strength must have been very successful because of hardworking, committed, diligent, and loyal public servants. So therefore, great Nigerian workers, great Nigerian workers. We've had some highlights from the joint remarks by NLC and TUC, and indeed we will use this very great opportunity once again to congratulate the newly elected president of the Trade Union Congress. I believe he must have been doing well. He must have been very, very skillful with sense of solidarity and comradeship. Comrade Engineer Festus Osivo, please, thank you for being part of this historic moment. At this juncture, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, members of the National Assembly here present, civil society organizations, members of the Federal Executive Council, and members of the State Executive Council here present, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, for the remarks of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Ibrahim, at this moment will be presented, and therefore his representative is here with us, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. He is a renowned
the leadership of the NLC and TUC just presented their 2025 May Day speech, where they aggregated some demands. Well, they said that the federal and state government should seize actions that, well, they call this described as eroding the civic space, which actually is a center space in their theme, also called an immediate salary adjustment, which it says that should be in sync with economic realities. The labor leaders also called on government that the government should explain exactly what it means in its taxing in its pay as you go. It also called for the withdrawal of the tax bill before the National Assembly, according to what it is said, to allow Nigerian workers sit at table where it is being conceived.
Muhammad Maigari Dingyadi. Please, let's put our hands together. At this juncture, please, we will expect everyone, please, be very, very attentive. Let's suspend the drumming. Let's suspend some gestures. Let's suspend some pleasantries and pay attention to these very important remarks by the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is very, very important because the content of that very remarks is very, very important to the essence of our comment.
The President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, who is ably represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Labor and Employment and Productivity, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, ably represented by the Chairman, House Committee on Labor, Productivity and Employment, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, distinguished Senator George Akume, CON, Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Barrister Dr. Nkiruka Iyojocha, the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. D.E. Wilson-Jack, our chief host, the NLC President, Comrade Joe Ajero, our dear co-host, the new brand TUC President, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, representative of the Minister of FCT, who is ably represented by the head of service of the FCT, our dear social partners who are present here. I saw the President of NECA, DG NECA, I beg your pardon, and other distinguished partners that are here present. Our distinguished comrades, distinguished invited guests, I could see so many distinguished senators who are here to share with us the joy of this occasion. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard from the Master of Ceremony, I am here to represent the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who had wanted to be personally here with you today, but due to other pressing state matters, he could not do so, and has therefore asked me to inform you that even though he is not here today, but he is here with you in spirit. And he has asked me to convey his best wishes and warm regards to all of you here today, and to read his speech, which goes like this. Great Nigerian workers, esteemed workers of our great nation, today, as we gather to celebrate the 2025 Workers' Day, I wish to extend my heartfelt felicitations and gratitude to the hardworking men and women, the backbone of our society, whose dedication and resilience drives the engine of the Nigerian economy and uphold the values of our dear nation. Let me also express my profound appreciation to the leadership of the two national labor centers, that is the Nigerian Labor Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, for their tireless efforts in organizing this year's May Day celebrations. The government recognizes your contributions in fostering dialogue, promoting workers' rights, and ensuring that the voices of Nigeria's workers' workforce are always heard, loud, and clear. Your efforts and sacrifices have not only uplifted the lives of your members, but have also contributed to the betterment of our society. As we mark this day, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to a nation where workers are safe, empowered, and have the freedom to actively participate in shaping the future of our dear country. This administration stands ready to collaborate with the labor unions, the organized and informal private sector, the civil society organizations, to create policies and programs that safeguard the rights and livelihoods of workers across all sectors of the economy. My dear comrades, the theme for this year's May Day celebrations, that is to say, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, speaks to the challenges we face as a nation and the opportunities that lie ahead of us as a people. The theme is one that demands our collective attention and serves a stark reminder of the need to create an environment where every work feels safe, valued, and empowered to contribute productively to the growth and prosperity of our nation. As your president, I assure you that this administration is committed to creating such a utopic climate for the common good of all of us. Economic hardship, which today is a global phenomenon, cuts across all regions, testing the resolve of world leaders, but has not broken our spirit. I am well aware of the peculiarities of this economic hardship for Nigerians, which is occasioned by struggles and challenges you workers and indeed many Nigerians face, ranging from rising costs of living, hunger, insecurity, unemployment, loss of livelihoods, and pressure to provide necessities for your families, amongst others. These challenges are real, critical, and demand definite solutions, which I, as your president, is poised to address. It is in this regard that my administration is not only committed, but intentional in formulating and implementing policies that promote job creation, decent jobs, poverty alleviation, economic growth and stability, as well as supporting the most vulnerable among us. It is, however, worth noting that economic progress alone is not enough. We must also reclaim the civic space, the space where ideas are exchanged, voices are heard, and change is born. A vibrant civic space is the cornerstone of democracy, and it is essential for holding leaders accountable, fostering innovation, and ensure that every Nigerian has a seat at the table. Therefore, to reclaim this space, we must prioritize transparency, inclusivity, equity, and dialogue. We must protect the rights of workers to organize, advocate, and participate in the decision-making process. And we must ensure that the voices of the marginalized are amplified. On our part, as a government, we will continue to strengthen labor protections, improving job security, and ensuring fair treatment for all workers in line with international best practices, and at the same time addressing issues of unemployment, which remains a significant concern. These we shall endeavor to pursue vigorously, noting that our workplace dynamics are evolving faster than ever before, recognizing the emerging challenges such as technological advancements, environmental hazards, shifts in work patterns, and mental health concerns, which demand our innovative solutions. It is in this regard that Nigeria is at the verge of signing on the Global Coalition for Justice, for Social Justice of the International Labour Organization to ensure that Nigeria's labor administration system does not just resonate with the best practices, but Nigeria's voice is clearly heard in the international arena for the world of work. The guiding principles of the coalition are centered around 6 thematic areas bordering on employment creation, social protection, sustainable enterprises, ensuring human dignity, addressing inequalities, and skills investment. These are in tandem with our national priorities, particularly the priority areas of our renewed hope agenda. Furthermore, this administration shall continue to effect positive changes in the lives of average Nigerians to ensure that the downtrodden are elevated, and most importantly, to fight the intense pain of corruption, which has enriched the very few to the detriment of the majority of our citizens who groan under the overwhelming weight of poverty and all superstructural and infrastructural maladies resulting from corruption. It is against this backdrop that I urge you all to, on this Workers' Day, reaffirm your commitment to the principles of fairness, equity, and justice. Let us work together to ensure that every worker, regardless of their role or background, has access to opportunities that enable them to strive. Let us stand united in our pursuit of a Nigeria where insecurity is replaced with stability and where civic space is a beacon of hope and progress. Great Nigerian workers, I congratulate you all on this special day for your unwavering dedication and contributions. You are the true heroes of our nation, and your efforts will continue to inspire us to strive for excellence in all that we do. I salute your dedication, perseverance, and patriotism. This Workers' Day is a celebration of your achievements and a reminder of the limitless potential we hold as a united and determined people. Together, we shall continue to strive for a prosperous and equitable Nigeria of our dream. Long live the Nigerian Labour Congress, long live the Trade Union Congress, long live great Nigerian workers. I thank you, and may God bless workers of Nigeria and our beloved nation. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Happy Workers' Day. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by Nigeria's Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Mohammed Megari Dingyadi. Please a round of applause for him. Great Nigerian workers! Great Nigerian workers! Solidarity! Solidarity! Our agenda! Our agenda! Build a woman! Build a woman! Forget the women! Lose election! It's now time. Wait now. Oh, no, the wrong goal. It's now time for a vote of thanks by the chairman of the May Day Committee, Comrade Kabiru Ado Mijimbe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Solidarity, great Nigerian workers, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, Honorable Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, the Senate President, ably represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Labor and Employment, the Right Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, ably represented by the Chairman, House Committee on Labor, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Head of Civil Service, Honorable Ministers here present, the Inspector General of Police, the National President of NLC and TUC, other distinguished personalities and our veterans here present, including security agencies, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Comrades, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and friends of labor, On behalf of the joint NLC and TUC Planning Committee and participant in this year's May Day commemoration, I extend our warm May Day felicitations and gratitude to all who contributed to making this event impactful and colorful. We owe a special debt of gratitude to the leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress for their unwavering commitment to workers' cause. Your vision and leadership continue to inspire collective action and hope in the face of deepening economic challenges. Our appreciation also goes to our progressive partners like the ILO, ITUC, Africa, FES, NECA, Solidarity Center, and like minds, with all other stakeholders. The Minister of Labor and Employment, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, other honorable ministers present and those represented, the Inspector General of Police, who was personally present, for your unwavering support and productive engagement. Your collaboration affirms the importance of sustained social dialogue and partnership in building a just and inclusive society. To all our international and social partners, as well as the civil society groups and our indefatigable veterans, we extend our gratitude. Nothing can be as inspiring as your esteemed presence, goodwill messages, keynote addresses, and fraternal messages. We are especially honored by the presence of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as represented by the Honorable Minister of Labor, the Senate President, and the Honorable Speaker of House of Representatives as represented. Your participation not only elevated the event, but also reaffirmed your government's stated commitment to advancing the right, welfare, and dignity of Nigerian workers, as well as reassured workers that all the issues raised by labor leaders were well received by the authorities. The vote of thanks will not be complete without appreciating the ever-conscious Nigerian workers and their leaders across the affiliate unions, whose tireless sacrifices and devotion to labor cause make events like this meaningful. Your voices and efforts have continued to drive the movement forward. As we take on the workplace tasks and challenges for the rest of the year, I urge us to use the messages conveyed at this commemoration as motivation to our core duty of wealth creation and provision of services to the citizens. The 2025 May Day theme should galvanize us to truly reclaim every civic space, even as it serves as an invitation to government and other social partners to cooperate with organized labor to make the civic space truly robust, progressive, and inclusive and democratic. We especially appreciate the esteemed members of the National Assembly who join us in solidarity. Your legislative advocacy remains essential to upholding the right and dignity of Nigerian workers. In closing, let me say the success of today's event is a product of collective effort and shared purpose. Together, we have raised our voices not just in celebration, but in firm resistance, reclaiming our civic spaces, reasserting our right, and renewing our commitment to social justice in the midst of economic hardship. We appreciate your support and belief in us. I wish all of us journey messages to our stations. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much, the Chairman Planning Committee, who doubles as the workable and intelligent President of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, Comrade Dr. Kabir Ado Minjibir, the Magayakim Minjibir. Thank you very much for putting this May Day in a very good perspective. Your Excellencies, comrades and friends, members of the diplomatic community here present, employers of labor, today had been a very, very memorable day in the celebration of the Nigerian Workers' Day holding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria. Indeed, we are very glad that you are here once again My name is Paul Simon, the anchor for today, and wishing to see us next year to celebrate more achievements as we are here to reflect and chart a new course for a better future of the Nigerian workers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the representative of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, to please come forward and take the salute from the Nigerian workers. And before then, ladies and gentlemen, while we are awaiting the arrival of the representative of the Commander-in-Chief, we have beautiful vehicles here, very, very exotic. There are CNG engines, and there are also electrified vehicles. And there's also petrol. So now, bringing these vehicles here is very, very important. We want the Commander-in-Chief to know that at least the public servants too should have the access of buying these kind of vehicles in Nigeria. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the march past with the Nigerian Union of Pensioners. They are here already in their numbers. They are here.
No, sir, just take it. Bring this in out. Out if I'm dead, I'll let you. No, we're not using this. This is live. Okay, are you? It's a live. No, make I give her voice. Yeah? Huh? You don't want that to pick from you. Okay. So do mine.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first on the line is Nigerian Union of Pensioners. We all know that one day we will retire and will be like this. These are comrades, veterans who have served this country in various capacity. Thank you, Nigerian Union of Pensioners. The next, please, the next union, please. The next industrial union, please. The Women Commission. FCG Joint Construct Unions Action, drugs. Thank you very much. We will continue to appreciate the leadership of NLC and TUC for putting their best in bringing workers together to celebrate their resilience, while also charting the course for a better cause in the midst of economic hardship. These are members of the diplomatic community, the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas, thank you for being part of us. Construction and civil engineer Civil Engineering Senior Staff Association.
Hey, 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 hey!
Thank you very much for being part of the 2025 May Day celebration, reclaiming the space, civic space.
About this today,
Please, the band would have added more value.
Excuse me, excuse me.
The Joint Union, Negotiating Council, the FCT, Waterford, Opta. We can see how determined the Nigerian worker is toward building a greater nation.
Hello. Okay.
The Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees, Nolge National Headquarters. Thank you for being part of this very historic moment.
Good afternoon.
Of the 2025 May Day celebration.
My name is Ito Rekbe. I'm the president of all Akwa Ibom Federal Civil Servants Staff Association.
Despite the fact,
how do you feel about this day?
Yeah, I feel very good about today because today is a day set aside for workers to have a holiday.
Please and please.
Back on.
Please and please. Thank you very much, Nolge. The next, ladies and gentlemen, is the Nigerian Union of Railway Workers. Now, I think by the grace of God, the train will start moving, because with these their great numbers, they can form coaches and wagons. So that's great. Nigerian Railway. The National Commission for Mass Literacy, that is, let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate them. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Association of Civil Service, so Civil Servants of Nigeria, Security and Exchange Commission units, thank you very much for being part of this very celebration. Thank you. I like the confidence of the Nigerian worker, and this is very possible because of the leadership of the NLC and TUC. You are doing your best. You know how to control angers. You know how to control interest. You know how to control emotions. Unfortunately, we have a listening Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Mohammed Dingyadi. Constantly he's here, and our sister herself, or our mother, who happened to oversee the Ministry of Labor before, she actually put in her best to ensuring the safety and welfare of the Nigerian workers. So, Her Excellency, our dear mother, this is Nkiriko. Thank you very much. Thank you. Solidarity, solidarity. A people united can never be defeated. Thank you very much. Another association of senior civil servants of Nigeria from the National Insurance Commission Unit, NICOM. Thank you for being part of this very historic moment of the 2025 May Day celebration. And I know today we are all confident in our leaders. If not, some of us would have said, okay, why? But because of the leadership of these two congresses, we believe on them and we believe the government as well. Constantly, we will remain committed the Association of Senior Civil Servants from the Public Service Institute of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Move back small now. Please, the cameraman, please shift back a bit, please. Shift your camera back so you can get your shot, please. Cameraman. The State House unit of the Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria
Thank you very much. Association NITOR, we see you. We see you. Federal Ministry of Communication Innovation, we see you. Up Association. Members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, please apply decorum. Thank you. Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service Technical and Recreational Services Employees. Up Solidarity. Junior Actor, we see you. Thank you. State House Actor. FCT Transportation Actor. Great. NIMET Actor. NIMET Actor. NDE Actor. Actor. Join us, welcome, NICO Actor. Why will you say you're the largest? Association is there too. Thank you. FCT Transportation, we see you. Amalgamated. Opta Investment and Securities Tribunal. We see you. We see you. Thank you. Solidarity. Solidarity. Satellite Towns Opta. Solidarity. Solidarity. Marine and Blue Economy. Lone man standing undefeated. Opta. Association. Solidarity. Solidarity. Our agenda. Our agenda. Naso. Association NEPC. We see you. Operation Double Your Exports. Double your exports. Double your. Thank you. National Agency for Green Great Wall Association. Thank you. Please move forward
We salute you. Ah, we see our junior up there. Nesra Association. Up Nesra. Up Association. SON up there. Solidarity. Solidarity. Person welcoming Parliamentary Staff Association of Nigeria. Person. Solidarity. Those in favor say aye. There's no against the ayes have it. Keep moving. All person. Solidarity. All person. Solidarity. Solidarity. But you guys should march small now. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Thank you. Person. Person, person, person. Thank you very much. Thank you. National Postal and Telecoms Union. NOPTA. Welcome. Welcome. NIPOS. NOPTA. NOPTA. Solidarity. Solidarity. We see your message. Thank you. Sanu. Sanu, Sanu. We greet you. We greet you. We see your message. No more strike. Thank you. Thank you. All areas paid. Thank you. The Presidency, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. Please make it better. National Association of Academic Technologists. Solidarity. Steel and Seven. Solidarity. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Up Nasu. No more strike. Aluta continua. Up Nasu. An injury to one. Thank you. No more strikes. No more strikes. Grace Nasu. Thank you. National Union of Hotels. No PSW. President, they brought us a cake. Yes. Up hotels. When are we eating? National cake. Up Hapsa. Solidarity.
The Nigerian Export Promotion Zone, thank you very much for being part of us. Well, where is my sister? You're always talking about gender. I think with the presence of the Honorable Minister of Labour, we are going to push for a legislation so that we'll have Federal Minister of Men Affairs. And I think the first minister, the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers, Up National, Chobelon. Thank you very much. The Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers. You chop alone. Okay now. So make you no dialogue, more chop together. Eh? All right. The Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, NUAP. NUAP, thank you very much. The Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. Under the leadership of Kamal. Thank you. NUAP, thank you for being part of us. I like that. The miners. The Nigerian Mine Workers Union. No more illegal mining according to Congress President. Solidarity. Thank you very much. Thank you and thank you. The Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, please keep coming. Yeah, we are very proud of you, the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. We have the great dockers here. The great dockers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Thank you very much, Maritime Workers. The Nigerian Union of Agriculture and Allied Employees, NUI. I think this is one of the recommended union that I believe that have done justice. Thank you very much. Thank you for being part of us. Thank you for being part of this very unique. Thank you very much. The Contributory Pensioners Union of Nigeria, SIPON, Please, let's put our hands together for the Contributory Pensioners Union of Nigeria. Thank you very much. All right. Please bring your take your demands to the office. Exactly. We have the NLC and we have the TUC, and they are very competent. Please do a letter to the two congresses. The NIPOS branch. All right, thank you very much. The Senior Staff Association of the NIPOS branch. Comrade President, these are the people that were enhancing our communication skills then. We didn't have money for data, but our messages were always sent through the NIPOS. So let's put our hands together for them. So some of them, they help us to marry beautiful wives that we intended to marry that time. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. The Nigerian Technical Aid Corps, thank you. Yeah, the Nigerian Technical Aid Corps, Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you for being part of us. Thank you for being part of us. All right, the Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Governance-owned companies, yeah, thank you for being part of us. You see OC4, you see progress. You see OC4, you see progress. The national, that is the presidential union. That is the presidential union. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria, Josun, thank you very much. Hello. Do a letter, please. Do a letter and bring it up. Do a letter and come with it, please. It's very important. Josun, thank you very much for being part of us. The Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Government-owned Companies, NSDC branch. Let's go, please. Solidarity. The NAMS, Nigerian Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, we are very proud of you. The strength of the Nigerian health sector, very wonderful people. The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, thank you for being part of us. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I've been directed by the Congress President to collect one umbrella. All right. Next is the Nigerian Union of Shops and Distribution Employees. Please, let's allow the nurses, let them complete their own march pass. The National Association. That is why I want to announce to you, the nurses are very, very dear to us. And I think, TUC President, what I will do now, because of the number of men, the shortage of number of men in the Nigerian nurses, I'll go and study nursing engineering. I will study nursing engineering. In fact, I'll even go to Plateau State Polytechnic and study there. All right, thank you. We are proud of you, the strength of the Nigerian health. Training us, you build a healthy society. We want to once again appreciate the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Mohamed Dingadi, who has been very, very resilient as well to the earnings and welfare of the Nigerian workers. The National Union of Air Transport Employment, Nuete, Solidarity, a people united can never be defeated. Aluta, Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, FANA and Abuja branch. Solidarity, thank you very much for being part of us. Nigerian Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees. And next, after the National Union of Chemical, Foodwares, Rubber, Leather and Non-Metallic Product Employees. Thank you very much for being part of us. Then the National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco. They go together, sir. No. I know during our time, during the war, in 1941, when I was a military man, tobacco used to join us together. Nigerian Union of Textile, Garment and Tailoring Workers. Thank you very much. The Radio, Television, Theatre and Art Workers of Nigeria. The Radio, Television, Theatre and Art Workers of Nigeria, RATAU. The Custodians of Entertainment in Nigeria. Ratau. Oh yeah, thank you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Ratau. The people that know how to sing, the people that know how to broadcast, and the people that know how to do. Oh, Ratau. Oh, Ratau. No Ratau. No media. Apart from the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, I think Ratau is next. Ratau, thank you for your constant solidarity. You know, this is the union that produces the video. Yeah, well, this is the union that produces the video. Food pre-registered tobacco. That's great. Amalgamated Union of Public Operations, Civil Service and Technical Recreation Services Employees. Opta, thank you very much. Thank you, Opta. Opta, thank you for being part of it. Social. There is strength in disability. The FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Services, one of the MC, Nko, one of the MC, one of the MC, one of the MC, one of the MC. Are you paying your tax? Are you paying your tax? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Somebody move them. Move, let's move, please. Let's move, thank you. Sack to pay. Even sack. 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 You are sack. You are sack. You are sack. The sack. Pay your own. MC. MC. You uncle. You uncle. You uncle. You uncle. Everybody. Let's pay. Thank you very much. The FIRS union members. I like that. Let's move faster a bit. No be tight, oh. Thank you very much. Let's move faster. Thank you, FRS. The Nigerian workers' resilience and hope is paramount Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transports of Nigeria, the Amalgamated Union of Public Servants, Nigerian Civil Service Union. Thank you very much. Solidarity, solidarity. Thank you for being part of us. Thank you, please. Let's keep moving, let's keep moving, let's keep moving. Thank you very much. Association of Senior Staff of Banks, Insurance and Financial Institutions in Nigeria, the branch of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Domestic Unit. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come to Ratao and learn how to sing. Come to Ratao and learn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I like that. I like that. The Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation, they are us. Thank you very much. Mona, smile, small now. They know they pay smiling. Smile, smile is free. Where is our house? Where is our houses? Where is our house? Where is our house? Okay, it's inside fire. Inside fire. The house is inside fire. The National Union of Banks, Insurance and Financial Institutions Employees, Ambo Domestic Committee Unit. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, the people that determines the health, the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, they are here with their president, and you remember Comrade Dr. Ayuba Waba was one time the Medical and Health Workers Union, being led by the able Secretary General Kiawa. Please, let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Comrade Kiawa, the General Secretary, Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria. The State Council Chairman is also here, Comrade Schreiber. Thank you very much for being part of this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being part of us. The immediate past chairman. Solidarity. Apart from the Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria, I think I'm here to see a great number of participants at May Day like today, because I think the president is always up and doing. The president, Medical and Health Workers of Nigeria, has been very, very up and doing in bringing the unions together, in developing and encouraging comradeship and solidarity. Please, let's put our hands together for Comrade Kabir Ado Minjibir, the Magayakim Minjibir, and also the Chairman, Central Planning Committee for the 2025 May Day celebration. Great Nigerian medical workers. Great Nigerian medical workers. We are proud of you. And I think it will interest the the Congress president to know that the Medical and Health Workers Union have adopted me as their adopted son. So constantly, thank God, the Minister of Labor is here. TUC President, thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much. So, Presido, you have a very express permission. I'll pay arrears. In fact, what I'll do there is, if I cannot pay all, I'll make the NLC Congress President to pay for my behalf. So thank you very much, Congress President. Medical and health workers, thank you very much for being part of us. Well, my HOD, oh my God, thank you for seeing you. The Senior Staff Association universities, university teaching hospitals across the country, thank you very much for being part of us today. Mona, smile now. Mona, smile. Thank you very much. This is the Senior Staff Association, am I right? Senior Staff Association, am I right? No banner, all right, fine, but I know you are from the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. These are the people of the Honorable Minister. You don't have any call but to smile. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Please, the next to come up. The Senior Staff Association of Shippings, Clearing and Forwarding Agencies, please, these are the people. These are the great people of General Nuhu, the Secretary General Trade Union Congress. I remember gonna those days when Comrade General Nuhu Toro, MNI, and General Daga, the Petroleum and Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the Pengason, thank you very much. I like that, let's go. General Nuhu, General Nuhu. Oh yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pengason, thank you for being part of us this year. And I think that word is good. If you see Osifo, if you see Osifo, Pengason in their great numbers But I think I would like to inform the National President of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria that even with their numbers, the numbers of the medical and health still outsmart their numbers. So thank you very much. If you want to smile, smile. Smile. If you want to smile, smile. It's exactly. See ya, Jero. Thank you very much. Hey, the man with the back. The man with the back, please. Photographer with the back. Hello. The NUJ. Thank you very much for being part of us. The Nigerian Union of Journalists have been very, very resourceful to the growth of this country. Indeed, we are proud of you, journalists. The rise and fall of any country depends on effective journalism. The team NUJ, thank you very much. The National Union of Dispatch Riders are male corporators of Nigeria. Thank you very much. The Academic Staff Union of Research Institutions, Academic Staff Union of Research Institutions, thank you for being part of us. Yeah, please, may we, the National Union of Civil Engineering, Construction, and Furniture, please, let's put our hands together for Naxfu, woodworkers. Thank you very much, thank you very much.
Solidarity, our agenda. Now so. Solidarity.
Congratulations. Solidarity, a union united, up construction, up construction, build construction. Wow. My gender. Thank you very much, construction. God bless you. Up next, uproad. 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 Super road. Macho road. Uproad. Make una answer now, not too serious. Wait, say. Solidarity. Aye. Kawai. Hey. Alakai. Up-return. Up-road. Wow. If how disciplined you march is how disciplined you drive, then the roads are safe. Up return, Kawai. Uproad! 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 Na so. Uproad! 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 Wow! It's time to welcome the NUT. Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT. Now so, my gender, you're doing well. Teachers are great. Teachers are great. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No teacher. No teacher. My job. country. Your reward is on earth. Climate justice. Climate justice. Green economy. Green economy.
Thank you, green economy. Thank you very much. The next is the national. Please, let's move faster. The steering committee on the elimination of child labor in Nigeria, supported by ILO and Excel African projects, is also led by the Ministry of Labor, NLC, TUC, NECA, and other ministries and agencies. Thank God. I think we the children should take care of us. We the children, please. Please, let's be fast. The National Automobile Design and Development Council, thank you for being part of this May Day 2025. Indeed, they said, buy made in Nigeria automotive products, CNG engines, electrification, petrol, and diesel. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have the CNG engines, we have the electricity as well, we have petrol, and we have the diesel for them. All these vehicles are made in Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you very much. Let's keep moving. If you waste time, you drop the keys here and go. Hello, driver. If you waste time, you drop the key here and go. If you waste time, you drop the keys here and go. The owner of that camera should take care of his camera, please. 18 million. It's 18 million. 18 million. Please bring your POS, I'll pay now.
Thank you very much. Drivers, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Very affordable. With 70,000. Well done, man. Thank you. Buy made in Nigeria. Increase my salary so that I can buy 18 million and push it forward. I have already scored. Thank you. Thank you. National Automotive Design made in Nigeria. Join us, welcome National Population Commission. Census for all Nigerians. And finally, the Nigeria Labour Congress and TUC. And again with special
special musical.
Yeah.
Keep dancing, keep moving. Thank you for pushing for better emolument for Nigerian workers, for non-toxic and Dr. Toro Emenai Daga leading the squad. Solidarity, Aluta. Naso. Naso. Move on to the righteous side. Aluta continua. La grace of God. Aluta continua.
Dana Motors, Kia Motors, Nigeria.
How do you feel about this?
Something good in everything I see.
Oh, we are very, very happy to be part of this, being a member of Nigeria National Automotive Defense, Automotive Council. We have an assembly and we assemble CNG cars and electric vehicles under the umbrella of NADDC. So we have been called here and we have showcased our CNG vehicle and our ultimate electrical, the Kia EV5. So it's a confirmation of what the current government is doing in finding alternative ways to fueling and making life easier for everybody. So this electric vehicle will charge for only 26,000 naira compared to, this is an equivalent of a Prado. It will charge for 26,000 naira only compared to fueling the Rado at 85,000 naira. And at full charge, it will go almost 500 kilometers. So this car can drive with a full charge all the way to Kano.
Now, what does the future hold for us with what we are seeing now, with what you just explained?
The future is here already. It's not about what it holds. You see, this is a
reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship is the theme, and it's been an eventful celebration here in the Ego Square. And this is where we end this live broadcast as we hand over to our studios for the continuation of our scheduled programs for the day. I am Ignatius Nkwo. Bye for now.